Good morning, District 2 and 3 candidates. Thank you for attending the Compton Chamber of Commerce Candidate Forum. My name is Dr. Lestine Johnson, and I am the President and CEO of Compton Chamber of Commerce. And on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Compton Chamber of Commerce, we do thank you for your participation in allowing the voting community to see who you are and what your platform is all about. We have five candidates vying for the seat of District 2 and six candidates vying for the seat of District 3. Their names will be given to you by a moderator shortly. This morning, I just want to remind the candidates that you've already received your rules and your regulations regarding the candidates forum. And according to your rules and regulations, you already are aware that the candidate forum is to allow a respectful exchange of ideas so that the voting community will get to know who you are and see your platform as to what you want in order to move the city of Compton forward. So again, I thank you for attending. This morning, our timekeeper cannot be with us, so I will serve as your timekeeper this morning. Again, according to your rules, I will hold up a yellow sheet when you're 30 seconds, I should say, into 30 seconds close to your ending of your statement, and I will hold up a red sheet, and that means stop. I don't intend for you to stop in the middle of your sentence. Complete your sentence, just do not go into another sentence. With that, I would like to introduce our moderator for the forum. Our moderator today is Dr. George Thomas. Dr. Thomas is the pastor of Holy Chapel Missionary Baptist Church here in the great city of Compton. He also is the founder and president of a very illustrious organization called CUNAT, which is Christian Clergy United Network Action Team. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Thomas. Dr. Thomas has full autonomy of this forum. That means if our candidates are being disrespectful or being demeaning in any type of way, I will have to stop, or Dr. Thomas would have to stop you and ask you to refrain from that sort of action. Without any further ado, I will turn it over to our moderator, Dr. George Thomas.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to also acknowledge the privilege that I have in being able to address your chamber today and for the citizenry and candidates of these great positions that we are looking to fill. As we move forward, let me first of all get an idea of who's participating today. I'm going to read off your names, and if you'd be so kind as to give indication whether or not you are indeed present, I would appreciate that. Running for District 2, we have candidate Dr. Jace Dawson. Are you present?
Present.
For District 2, candidate Andre Spicer. Are you present?
Present.
Candidate for District 3, Jennifer Flores.
Present.
District 3, Renard Smith. Candidate for District 3, Renard Smith. Candidate for District 3, Harriet Robinson Blue. Candidate for District 3, Harriet Robinson Blue.
I believe she's
Present.
Thank you.
Present.
Thank you. Candidate for District 3, Jonathan Bowers.
Present, sir.
Thank you. Candidate for District 3, candidate Tomas Carlos.
Present, sir.
Candidate for District 3, Tana McCoy. Candidate for District 3, Tana McCoy. Madam President, if you will acknowledge if these two that missed the call are present with us.
I'm sorry, this is Renard Smith. Had some technical, but I'm good now. Yes, Renard Smith is present.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. McCoy, again, Madam President, if you'll acknowledge her arrival, if she does. We're going to prepare now for your opening statements, which, of course, is limited to 2 minutes. We're going to begin with Dr. Jace Dawson. Would you oblige us with your opening comments?
Greetings, City of Compton, and thank you so much for hosting this candidate forum. I look forward to a very educational experience about how we all plan to move our city forward. I've been having conversations with our friends, our family members, our neighbors here in the city of Compton. And we've all come to an agreement that now is the time for change. Now is the time to usher in new blood and new and effective leadership. It is time that we clean our cemeteries. It is time that we clean our streets. It is time that we clean up our finances. And of course, it's time that we clean up City Hall. We do that on a united front by making sure that we're focusing on those that are left behind, like the second district, those who feel suppressed. I am with you every step of the way. I am honored that the residents of the second district has nominated me to represent them on the dais. I look forward to doing so. No matter what, understand that I am with you from start to finish. But we have to start so we can have a dynamic finish. I love you, Compton, and I'm here today to prove just that, and I look forward to serving you.
Thank you. Andre Spicer?
Thank you, Chambers, for hosting this candidates forum. I appreciate it. My name is Andre Hub City Dre Spicer. I am a lifelong resident in the city of Compton. I have deep ties to the people of the city of Compton, and I am dedicated to changing the narrative and the negative stereotypes surrounding the city. As an entrepreneur, a community liaison, and an activist, I am doing just that. My political activism and community advocacy has prepared me to be an ambassador for the new leadership movement in the city of Compton. I currently own 3 businesses here in Hub City Second District, and over the last 8 years, I've been dissatisfied with the leadership direction of this particular district. And as a result, I've decided to become a part of that change. I've already have deep ties to the people here in the community. In my roles as a media personality and a community liaison, I have been responsible for various giveaways, clothing drives, and coordinated countless other charitable events, as well as city town hall meetings. My priorities for the second district is to provide the residents with adequate public safety, economic development, housing, and culture. Thank you guys for having me. My name again is Andre Hudson Dre Spicer.
Thank you. District number 3, Jennifer Flores.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Jennifer Flores. I grew up in the city of Compton. When we decided to purchase a home, we knew we wanted to stay here. Compton is my home. I have 2 kids. They're 8 and 12, both Compton Unified School District students. And when I started working with nonprofits and really starting to volunteer here in the city during COVID, I realized that City Hall wasn't really reciprocating that same type of commitment to our residents. So I've met a lot of people in nonprofits, and they are really creating this kind of bottoms up revolution. And when looking at my skill set, I decided that one of the best things that I could do is kind of facilitate that change from the top down to meet in the middle. So I have experience in logistics, operations, leadership, and expense reporting. And coupled with my community work, I'm ready to get to work for District 3.
Thank you. District 3, Renard Smith.
Mr. Smith, I believe that you're muted.
That was it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Again, I am Bernard Smith. I'm a candidate for Compton City Council District Number 3. My entire presence in Compton has been, I'm a third generation resident. My family moved to Compton in 1957. My grandmother hitchhiked from Texas. My father was a city employee at Compton Career Link and retired from there. My very center of my focus and love for Compton is based on unity, peace, and progress. And we are not able to move our city forward until we can actually identify how to unify, not only at the dais, but to unify at the street level and to unify our organizations in Compton, as well as we identify peace so that we can get to that place, and then progress, which will allow us to look at public-private partnerships, community development, financial institutions, and different programming that really builds our community. So again, I'm Bernard Smith, and I'm a candidate for Compton City Council District 3.
Thank you. Council District 3, Harriet Robinson Blue.
Good day. My name is Harriet Robinson Blue. I'm the former housing director of the city of Compton. I came from Trujillo, Honduras, where the rainforests meet the seas. I am an American citizen. I rise to represent the rest of your voice will be heard. Today, I rise not as a politician. I rise because we can no longer be left behind. We must address some of the issues that is plaguing our city. This is the basis of my platform to set specific goals for what we need, what we want to look like, and now and in the future. My platform is based on innovation, apprenticeship programs, enforcement of municipal codes and fees, and cultural diversity. I rise that we are in a circular world. We are learning more. Your government works for you and should remain open and honest. Quality of life should never be sacrificed. I worked in the community for the city over 31 years. I feed the homeless, I serve the homeless, I feed the homeless, I serve seniors, the shut-ins, I work with deaf, blind people in our community, and I believe we all should include all the intersectionality groups that are being omitted. And I love the city of Compton, and I ask that we must come together to build a strong community. Make your vote count.
Thank you very much. Tomos,
The election is a vote by name only. Please vote. Thank you.
Tomos Carlos, District 3.
Good morning, residents of Compton. Buenos dias. My name's Tomas Carlos. Most of you guys already know me. If you don't know me, you probably heard my name. If you've been involved with Compton politics and Compton's elections for the last 20 years, you'd be familiar with my name. If you voted last year, or I'm sorry, the last election, my name would seem familiar because this is my second time running for the seat, city council for the 3rd district, and I actually went to the runoff with Councilwoman Tana McCoy. So my name is not new to the city. I've been around 20 plus years, and when I say I've been around, I'm not talking about just living here, but I've been involved with various groups in the community, political and non-political, just in betterment for everyone here in the city. One of the reasons I ran and I decided to run was because when I looked at the list of people running, I didn't recognize any of the names other than Miss Councilwoman Tana McCoy, and because I didn't recognize any of the names, I looked at it as, who am I going to trust with my tax dollars for the next 4 years? And when I tried to look these people up, or the candidates, I didn't find a history with anyone being involved long term. And so that to me created a not so good feeling to be able to trust anyone. And so I decided to run. Some may say that it's selfish reasons. I say no. I say it's because I want to protect my tax dollars, and along with everybody else's, all the residents here in Compton, we're 112 million dollars in the hole, and we need to work together to solve this issue. So I'm here. Uh, let's move. Let's do this and move the city forward.
Thank you very much. Uh, have we received yet District 3, Tana McCoy?
Good morning, I'm here.
Tana, we are expecting to receive you and your 2-minute opening statement at this time.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Tana McCoy, and I am currently the councilwoman for the 3rd District. After a 40-year career with the city of Compton, I was appointed and then elected to the seat. I have lived in the Compton area, in the city of Compton, for over 40 years. I am dedicated to this community. I am dedicated to serving, and I am dedicated to making a difference in this community. I humbly ask that you support me and that you understand that my commitment is not personal. It's for the community that I live in, that my children live in, and my grandchildren live in. And so I want you to know that I am a dedicated public servant. I am not a politician, and it is my desire to serve this community. So I thank you for this opportunity, and will continue to serve as the best that I can if elected. Thank you.
Thank you. As we proceed now, you'll also have 2 minutes to respond to the following questions. I'm going to begin the process by asking Tomas Carlos the first question, and we move progressively from that point. Question number 1.
Excuse me, sir. I wasn't allowed to introduce myself. I'm also running a candidate for the 3rd District.
Dr. Thomas, that's Jonathan Bowers.
For the 3rd District? Not listed. Oh, let me get your name again because I don't have you on my roster.
Yeah, I checked in with you. It's Jonathan Bowers. I checked in at the roll call. Yeah.
My apologies to you, Jonathan.
Yes, sir.
Let's get your opening statement at this time.
Okay, well, I'm Jonathan Bowers. I'm running for City Council for District 3. I'm a Compton native. I'm born and raised in Compton. I've been here for 59 years. I began my public service career in 1979 as an emergency medical technician at Martin Luther King Hospital. From there, I became a firefighter paramedic with the City of Compton Fire Department. From there, I moved on to Los Angeles County Fire Department. I'm currently a captain with Los Angeles County Fire Department. I will be retiring March 31st of this year so I can focus 100% on the City of Compton. Um, um, I what do I do? I educate, I teach, I train, I lead, develop. I have practiced those skills for 4 decades. And to be successful in those positions, it is imperative to possess honesty, equity, fairness, be truthful, trustworthy, and compassionate. Part of my resume of service for volunteerism and totally committed to my community. Um, I've served as a union president for the City of Compton Fire Department, Fire Explorer Scout Advisor, as well as a number of City of Compton Fire Department and Los Angeles County Fire Department committees. I'm also the executive vice president of the Los Angeles County Stentorians, which is also known as the African American Firefighters Association. It's a historic organization that's been around for about 70 years now. I've served as the executive vice president for the last 12 years. And within that, I spearheaded 2 major projects to improve firefighting services in Haiti as well as Zambia, Africa, including training and acquisition and donation of fully equipped fire rescue apparatus. I'm looking for people to invest in the vision and bring the vision to reality. With that reality, bring stability and good leadership to my home here in the City of Compton.
Okay, thank you very much. Inasmuch as we've completed the round of our opening statements, we'll proceed now once again to the questions for which you have 2 minutes also to answer. And in light of the fact that we had an oversight on your name here, Brother Bowers, I'm going to give you the first question. Question 1. The residents want a unified ethical council. What are the guiding ethical principles by which you will conduct yourself as a city council person, and why should voters cast their ballots for you and not your opponent?
Okay, sir. As I stated, I began my public service career, if you will. It's been 41 years to be exact. To be successful in those positions, you must possess the skills that I stated. You must be truthful. You must have honesty, equity, fairness, and be trustworthy and compassionate. I've literally had people's lives placed in my hands for the last 41 years. And to trust me with your life, I think that just lends credence on my character, just based on my background for the last 40 years. I have numerous accolades and awards and what have you based on my leadership, my skills, my trustworthiness, and so forth, and just shows what I've presented to my community in Compton and throughout Los Angeles County for the last 41 years.
Can you be just a little specific for me with regards to why voters should cast their ballots for you and not your opponents?
Well, again, I have an investment. My life is invested here in Compton. My family lives here. My mother lives here. She's been in Compton for almost 70 years. Again, I'm just based on my resume, my work that I've done here in Compton, it shows my skill set. I have many years in management and administrative experience. I ran the Compton Fire Academy for over 7 years. We graduated the most people of color and women in the history of the state of California. We were one of the top fire academies in California during this period.
Thank you very much. Same question. Tomás Carlos, would you like for me to read it?
Yes, please.
Residents want a unified ethical council. What are the guiding ethical principles by which you will conduct yourself as a city council person, and why should voters cast their ballots for you and not your opponents?
You know, the history that I've been around the city, again, not just on the political side, but also on the giving side, the dedication that I've had in 20 years for the city. And it's not just the food banks. We were doing food banks before there were food banks here in Compton. We were handing out scholarships to people who needed to go, who couldn't fund their own education. We were having shoe drives. So it's not just the giving we've been doing in our community, but the serving. I've been involved with the cleanups, the working with the neighbors. That has to say something about your character when you're willing to give and donate your time back to the community and not expect anything in return. Then to me, that has to say something about the person involved. Again, I've been involved with the city more than 20 years. This is the second time that I'm running for this seat. And the people that don't know me, I say, call me, reach out and call me and talk to me. But there's a lot of people already know who I am. And the last 4 years have just been a confirmation of what I've done in the past.
Quickly, let me interrupt just for a moment, because I really want to get the last portion of that same question highlighted for you, and that's why should voters cast their ballots for you as opposed to your opponents?
The last election, I came pretty close to winning the election. And building off of that, my election didn't start 2 years ago. It started 20 years ago. I've been involved with the city. My character speaks for itself. I can stand and state what I've done and walk away from what I've stated, and the truth will stand on its own. not just the truth, but what I've done with the community. So I'm asking that the voters do your homework and pick the person that you believe will represent you the best.
Thank you. Harriet Robinson Blue, third district, would you like to answer that question as well? Should I read it?
Yes.
Question, the residents want a unified ethical council. What are the guiding ethical principles by which you will conduct yourself as a city council person, and why should voters cast their ballots for you and not your opponents? Please be specific.
Well, my opponent is apathy. We need the voters to come out, not vote for personalities, but vote for what's going to put Compton forward. My guiding principle has always been my principle: respect for one another. We have to be honest. If we're not honest, it doesn't matter what policies that we come up with. Honesty, morals, ethics, those should be the principles that should guide us. I worked in a housing authority for 31 years. I came as a CETA trainee, and I went all the way up to the housing director when I retired. I operated a high-performing agency for 6 consecutive years. I'm a recipient of the Office of Inspector General Fraud Initiative Award. I work with the local law enforcement, Office Inspector General, to unroot anyone who was causing any type of fraud, whether it was a landlord or whether it's a program participant. As far as moving the city forward, we have to first accept the fact that people in our community are fearful. They're fearful of our government. They're fearful of our law enforcement. Um, the fear stems from lack of knowledge. We have the same policies. We recreate the same policies over and over and over. We say we're going to do this and we don't. And the people need to change. And that's why I rise up to help come out, bring a voice for the people. And I ask you to vote for me. Anyone that knows me as a housing authority director knows I'm regulation oriented, but I'm flexible with the policies and I listen. Thank you.
Thank you. District 3, Renard Smith, same question. Would you like for me to read it?
Yes, please repeat the question. That would be great.
Repeating the question, the residents want a unified ethical council. What are the guiding ethical principles by which you will conduct yourself as a city council person? And why should voters cast their ballots for you and not your opponents?
Thank you so much for that. I mean, my guiding principle is love. I mean, I think that when you have faith in God and you have experienced many other things in life, the guiding principle has to start with love and how we love on our community, how we love our residents, how we love the problems that we actually have to take on and pursue. And my platform is very clear. It's unity, peace, and progress. And that certainly has to do with me unifying, coming to my colleagues, not just, creating some policy or process or inviting some entity into the city, but, having those engagements, bringing people to the table to have the conversations when really tough union or really tough employment decisions are necessary, bringing the people together to the table to discuss those things. And then the peace part. I mean, there's been this stronghold of hate and violence and division in our city for so long. And the importance of peace is as practical as it gets. It's as practical as it gets. And that means peace, as I mentioned, at the dais, and really, really honing in on what's necessary to bring peace in the streets. There's not one solution, there's multiple solutions to get to the same outcome. and then progress. The only way that we're able to identify progress is once we first looked at unity and we first identified peace. Now we're able to really plan and reimagine where our city can go. So when we talk about guiding principles, my guiding principle is very clear and very practical. Let's be loving individuals and understand that we have to love on our city and love on each other in order to continue to really build and grow in that space of just comfortability. There's too much suffering in this world. And I think that we have an opportunity with all these young minds and even the wisdom that is before us. We really have an opportunity to come together and reimagine our city.
Thank you very much. I'm going to jump now right quick to District 2. And Dr. Jace Dawson, would you answer the same question? If you'd like to have it read, let me know.
Absolutely. I'll just jump right into it. What we've suffered here in the second district has been a lack of present leadership here in the second district. And so what I've done was make sure that I was very present with my neighbors, with my relatives here in the city, and with the seniors. It's important that we have that present and effective leadership, being a part of beautification projects without the cameras being around, without the celebrities being in town. It's important that we have a no debt with local camps in order to trade favors while in office, or being transparent and putting the people first, which is very important. The people of the second district should vote for me because I am an independent candidate. I don't owe anyone in the city anything other than the people. I don't have any businesses that I'm going to neglect to protect my own personal interest, because my personal interest here in the second district are the people of Compton. This is a district that has been very suppressed. I have been taking my neighbors, primarily our seniors, to pick up their medications, to pick up their packages during the pandemic. And I've been checking on our neighbors because there hasn't been a city official that I'm aware of that's just simply asked the question, how are you doing during this pandemic? I want to be the person to represent the second district because I have my finger on the pulse of issues here in the community. This includes those who have made Compton their home in the last 3 years. It includes those who have made Compton their home in the last 56 years. Compton is truly a city on a hill, and if we focus on our true infrastructure, that is that of the people, leading in love and respect, then we shall get the results that we so desperately need here for the second district. I am that candidate. I put people first. I have no personal agenda other than doing the work in the will of the people and working with my counterparts on the city council. And I look forward to doing so.
Thank you. Reverting back to District 3, Jennifer Flores, would you answer the same question, please?
Yes, so first of all, we need a cohesive city council. So, if you know my mother, we would probably be labeled as tough but fair. So, I think my guiding principles are integrity, honesty, and just being able to work together, but also hold each other accountable on the council. I'm also extremely focused on finding solutions over being stuck in the weeds and what has happened before. Why people should vote for me? I feel like experienced leadership, political experience has kind of gotten us where we are. So I'm a resident first. I want to advocate for our residents, and the only people that I am obligated to are the residents of District 3. So we need fresh faces, and we need people who are really going to get in there and put in the work to continue to move the city forward.
Thank you. District 2, Andre Spicer.
There we go. All right. Well, my guiding principles is my main guiding principle is to keep Compton first. We have to keep our residents first. The resident safety and well-being should be number one priority for any of our leaders. Through communication, logic, transparency, accountability, and follow through, we should all be on the same page, or should be able to find common ground. As a business
We
owner,
have 2 minutes, so.
whoa, okay. As a seasoned business owner and community activist, your issues are my issues. I'm on the groundwork with the residents of Compton. I've already done the work. They already trust me. They've already seen they've witnessed my work in the community. I'm actually the perfect bridge from the community to government. And that's why you should vote for me.
Thank you. Ms. Tana McCoy, District 3.
Yes, thank you, sir. My principles are really simple and basic. It's being trustworthy, being honest, being loyal, and being present. And that is what I am. I was a 40-year employee dedicated to service, and I am still dedicated to service. I believe that we should always be honest with the public, that we should be present, and that we should represent the DS in a professional and honest way to with integrity, with just treat people the way you want to be treated. You know, I'm not just a person who shows up to events for a photo op. I actually participate. I actually get down and work if work needs to be done. I serve if service needs to be done. That's who I am. I've been serving this community since I was 16 years old. And I will continue to serve this community. My principles are really simple, that we should always just do the very best that we can for this community. And it's not personal. I'm not here to make a name for myself. I'm here to serve the community. The community knows me. I grew up in the same district that I actually represent now. And I am proud to be a resident of the third district. I am proud to serve the community of the third district. And I believe voting for me would continue. We've made some progress, not a lot, what we need to do, but I know that we can continue the work and make sure that we get things done. And so that's why I ask that you vote for me, because I am honest, loyal, and dedicated to this community.
Thank you. Moving once again to District 2, Dr. Dawson, will you answer the following concern? What do you believe to be the most important issue that is unique to your district that needs to be addressed? And how will you address this issue?
Well, the most important need for the district is perception. People see the city of Compton as a dumping site and a city where the outside entities can take advantage of that. So, first, we have to change the perception. We do that by making sure that we're allied together as a team. Sometimes we have to remember that we are residents and humans first, and that we're teammates and not just individual council persons, so that we can move our city forward. We have to make sure that those who want to pass through Compton and make a profit off the city of Compton, make sure they are investing in our people. And if you can't invest in our people here in the city of Compton, then guess what? You, quite frankly, don't belong here. So our perception has to change, and we can do that. And we start doing that by making sure we're cleaning up our streets. We have a lot of prostitution that happens on Long Beach Boulevard. And one thing we need to encompass in our city are different organizations that focus around mental health, that focus around substance abuse and health issues that we are too afraid to talk about here in the city of Compton. It is time that we push our intellect forward. Compton is a great city. We have great talent here in the city of Compton, but we're more than just the talent, and we're more than just our music. We have people here who have the ability to lead our city far past anything we've ever seen in this lifetime. And we have the young people that we must invest and plant those seeds and making sure that they're able to do so. I am here because the people of Compton planted a seed. I'm part of that seed. I'm running to get elected so that I can help the community water that seed that has been planted collectively. And through the grace of God, working with my fellow constituents and the other leaders in the city of Compton, we can bloom beyond measure. And I look forward to doing that, shifting the perception of the city of Compton, starting here in the second district.
Thank you, Dr. Same question again to Third Council District, Harriet Robertson Blue.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Certainly. What do you believe is the most important issue that is unique to your district that needs to be addressed? And how will you address this issue?
The most important issue in my district, as well as in the city of Compton, is apathy. Our voters are not informed, and that's because of lack of information. We have no media that's reached the community, reached the district to tell what is going on in the city. When I talk to people, as I prior to me even trying to run for office, I hear the same thing. Nothing is going to change. They do the same thing over and over. They say one thing and then they do another. And case in point, we've been talking about the downtown district for at least 20 years. I have been retired 10 years. And in 2010, when I was working with the city and the budget, it says photos of the new downtown. That was 10 years ago. It was using tax allocation money, and we was going to rewrite the same thing. And what happens in the downtown area affects all of the districts, not just the third district, but all of the districts. And for the community to come out and participate, we need to include when we make policies, we have to include all of the groups, intersectionality groups, women, people who are second learners, the disabled community. We're making policies based on, we need to include these groups in there. And so in the third district, I ask you, do you want to continue doing the same thing, doing the same policies, or do you want to have a change? Because we hear the same policies over and over, and there's nothing forward, and there's no accountability. And this is what I ask the voters to do. Make us accountable, work with us,
Thank you
and
very
we
much.
can move Compton forward.
Thank you very much. District 2, Andre Spicer, same question.
Sure. So some of the basic needs that we need are just the basic general services, such as tree trimming, graffiti, illegal dumping issues that we have in our district, and there's a lot of illegal dumping. We have a recent increase in gang violence. The brown space, all the abandoned and vacant buildings in the district on Long Beach Boulevard, on Compton Boulevard, on Rosecrans. Just this week, it's led to 3 fires just in the district alone. Santa Fe and Compton and another space in District 2. And most importantly, homelessness and sex trafficking is major in our district, as we need to figure out a solution to the homelessness. And what I have not heard anyone talk about is the types of homelessness. We address homelessness as it's one major issue, and no one's addressing who's homeless. And so I think a lot of times we need to break down the root of the problem, who's homelessness, whether it's addicts, mental health, whether it be youth that were turned out of foster homes at 18, whether it be people that were recently released from jail. These are all different types of homelessness that we have to address. And we can't address it as a whole, we have to address them individually. So those are certain things that we need to address as a community. And those are the things that's plaguing my specific district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. McCoy, would you like to answer that? Third district, Tana?
Thank you. The things that plague the third district is infrastructure improvement, as well as homelessness and the safety. And what we have done, with this is we have actually approved a bond, non-tax bond, that will allow us to continue to do infrastructure improvement. We have a contract for graffiti removal. We have a contract for removal of illegal dumping. And so those are the things, but we also need to continue to educate. We do have a newsletter that goes out, that is sent out to every resident. And in that newsletter, there is information And we need to continue to get the information out about what is allowed and what isn't allowed. And just the codes and all of that, some of it comes from a lack of knowledge. And so we must continue to saturate the district with the information on the knowledge of what is allowed, what isn't allowed. And if I do also have cleanups in the community, and I invite the community to join us, but we need to continue to get the community involved. So that's what plagues our district, is involvement, getting the community out and involved. We do a lot to let people know that the city is caring and the city is trying to work on it, but we have to get the message out a little bit more. So that's what I believe is the third district is plagued with. And as far as homeless, we do have a process right now. We're working with LA County, and the city has developed a homeless program. So we will be moving forward to do something. It's not an all answer to everything, but it is something that every one of us have to work toward doing. And that is trying to reach the homeless and do more services. And I did host a resource fair for homeless, and I will continue to do things to, move forward.
Thank you very much. Third District, Renard Smith, will you answer the same question? Would you like to have me to restate it?
Yes, please restate it, sir.
No problem. What do you believe is the most important issue that is unique to your district that need to be addressed, and how will you address the issue?
Thank you for that. So the bottom line is we have poor leadership in Compton. I mean, we have to be 100% about where we're at, right? There's poor leadership in Compton. And the fact that these are part-time positions and the leaders do not advocate full-time to bring in the necessary resources. There are vacant lots in District Number 3 that have been vacant for 40 years. People don't have new housing in District 3. District 3 has been left behind. Ms. Arsenal was an amazing representative, and she served her time, a very long time. And the issue is not just seated in District 3, it's seated as a citywide issue of just improper, poor leadership, poor business practices. My experience in business, working for many Fortune 500 companies, working in organizations, an anti-violence advocate, if we are not looking at violence as the most pressing issue in the entire city, and that anyone in this race is not looking at that as it's not just about public safety. It's about a ceasefire in our city that has to happen immediately. The way our city operates as far as business, we can't get businesses into Compton. They are not interested in coming into Compton because of the political dynamic and because of the poor business practices at City Hall. I am prepared on day one to make sure that I would volunteer my time and my experience from all the companies I've worked for, Wells Fargo, Sony, Toyota, all these companies I've worked for, to make sure that our city has a customer or constituent experience that is ideal, that invites businesses, that does the right thing for our constituents, that provides responses within 24 hours, making sure that everyone from the top of the chain to the bottom is trained on a client constituent experience. And that's something that we don't have to always throw dollars at. This city has a problem wasting money. They throw dollars at everything. All these events in the district that these people do that do absolutely nothing.
Thank you. Same question. Third District, Jennifer Flores.
So coming out of COVID and with the $112 million deficit, cities really should look to public works and maintaining infrastructure. So for District 3, I actually saw some illegal dumping last week. So we should be trying to maintain our streets, parks, roads, trash, and making sure that the city looks, good, and working with Craig to make sure that we have policies and procedures in place and that are being followed throughout our public works department. The other big issue is safety. So I've talked to a lot of residents and they're tired of drag racing on Greenleaf, people doing donuts in the middle of the street. I run at night, it's not the safest sometimes. So really working with our sheriffs to make sure that they're being held accountable. Right now, you have about 9 to 15 patrol units at any given time, but they're not assigned to specific districts. So we need to use the data that they have been giving us and making sure that we're using it correctly and being able to move around units to make sure that each district is getting what they need.
Thank you. Jonathan Bowers, District 3.
Yes, sir. Well, your question was what's unique to District 3. Unfortunately, the issues in District 3 are not unique to District 3. There are issues throughout the whole city. And simply being a council person in District 3 doesn't mean you're only focusing on District 3. You focus on the whole city. However, the issues, some of the major issues are the financial irresponsibility, the lack of vocational programs and public safety, and the homelessness. Our whole public safety program needs to be completely revamped. And public safety is not just the fire department and police department. It includes code enforcement, parking enforcement, and public works. All those go hand in hand for public safety. Compton doesn't even have a disaster preparedness plan. We don't have anything. Just for example, with the COVID, the hospitals were at maximum capacity. Did we do a plan to set up a field hospital in the city of Compton somewhere? Should one of our medical facilities become inundated, or even if an earthquake occurs and the medical facility is destroyed, what are we going to do for our citizens? We have no plan. With the homeless, my organization is actually partnered with Dirk Givens. He has a foundation in Long Beach, and he actually has an ingenious plan how he's dealing with the homeless. He's received donations, and he actually pays the homeless to clean up their own mess. It's an extraordinary program. What we brought to him was we brought a social service component with that. So a lot of the people, they need psychiatric help, they need drug and alcohol, and they need medical attention as well, and residents, and or shelter. So we bring that component so we can solve this homeless issue. We can put a big dent in it. And the vocational programs are a must. We have to get our kids these programs. The kids don't have a good future right now in Compton.
Thank you, sir. Tomas Carlos, will you address the same issue, District Number 3?
Thank you. So here's my take on what I believe is one of the most important issues. We have a lot of issues, just like everyone has stated, and the list is probably longer than that. Because I know my list is longer than that. But the number one issue for me in District 3 is that we failed to do any business development in District 3. Someone stated that there's lots that have been empty for 40 years, which they have. There's a park that had there's an empty lot that at one time was a baseball field, and it's still empty. And there's plans for that, and I don't know if those plans will ever come to fruition. I pray that it does. It's a good plan, but the plans, the cities they've had plenty of good and great plans come across the board. The problem is that there's been poor execution. There's no infrastructure built on actually executing these plans. One of the tasks that I think and I believe that the city needs to do is partner up with businesses that will generate tax revenue. And by doing so, the residents of Compton are not going to carry the burden of providing the revenue to facilitate all the solutions, or maybe most of the solutions that we have. Because if you look at it, you have safety. If you don't have the correct sheriffs, if you don't have the funding, the city is going to lack a lot of everything. You need funding to keep the public works open. You need funding to keep the security system working. You need funding for everything. And so we need to make sure that the city partners up with companies that are going to be here long term, invest in the youth, bring in programs to help the citizens, and not take off once their tax breaks or their
Thank you. Thank you so much. Moving forward, I'm going to go back to district number 2, uh, Dr. Dawson. We are short on attracting new businesses to the city of Compton. What would you suggest to improve the city's plan of business attraction and business retention?
Well, people here in the city of Compton understand the type of leadership that we have elected in the past. People in the campaign are protecting personal interests. After the last election, people got jobs and they got city contracts. We have an absentee leadership situation here across the board. Who we have people who only show up for photo ops and not the interests of our business owners here, right? Uh, Last week there was a fire that grazed my home, and there are roughly 4 businesses that went up in flames. I've had conversations with these business owners before and after the fire took place. And we all agree that there are a lot of situations that could have been implemented to protect those businesses. Not one city leader has reached out to Jose and his family, who owns the Matrix Mattress Company here, or Christopher, who owns the property of H&H, who suffered the most in that explosion, right? And so they agree with me that when we clean up our streets, that first attracts the beauty of our city for future businesses. Secondly, we need to implement a check and balance system with our city finances so that we can make sure that when we bring the businesses here and they invest in here, our tax revenue does not go down the toilet. We pay the highest taxes here in the state of California, and we have nothing to show for that. So businesses want to, for one, be attracted here. They don't want to come here if they feel like they're going to be left behind. They do not want to invest in the city of Compton if they feel like the finances are a mess and we're constantly in debt. And they do not want to come here when they know that there are city leaders who put their personal interests ahead of their businesses. That's why I'm here to advocate for our businesses, to bring more businesses here to create revenue that's going to sustain the city residents long term. And finally, and this is
Thank you.
important, to
Thank
make
you.
sure that we have a watched out community to make sure that our check and balances stay in place so that we
Dr.
can
Dawson,
grow our city and our
Dr. Dawson, your
finances.
time is over. Thank you.
candidate Spicer, District 2, same question.
Sure. The way we're going to attract new businesses is one. First thing is public safety. People have to feel comfortable. One, starting a business in Compton, and then two, shopping in Compton. So we have to start to work on the public safety issue that we have here. The second thing we need to do is streamline the process of starting a business. Getting a business license in Compton has been a little more difficult for small business owners. I've heard it from a lot of my friends, a lot of people that I've come up with that own businesses, have taken it to other cities or even other states because starting it here has been a little more difficult than it has been somewhere else. And then another thing what we have to do is hold the property owners and the business owners accountable for maintaining their property. No one wants a business next to a business that's not maintaining their own. If you're going to keep if you're not going to maintain your own business, so it's less likely someone will want to one shop there and then two to rent or buy a building next to you. And it also cleans up the image and it gives Compton a facelift. One of my things is I want to make Long Beach Boulevard very similar to Bellflower Boulevard. I wouldn't mind Compton Boulevard looking very similar to downtown Long Beach. And we do have a lot of business owners. We do have a lot of people that have so much talent here in the district or in the city alone. So I like to give those people opportunities by helping them streamline the process of getting a business license. So those are a few different ways that I would consider implementing new business to the city of Compton. Thanks.
Thank you. District 3, Jennifer Flores, will you address the same concern? Would you like to have it reread?
No, I'm good, thank you. So I am a lover of small business. If you follow my page, you'll see that I am always shop local. So attracting new businesses is definitely key, but supporting our current existing small businesses is far more important. We also had a lot of new businesses come out of COVID. A lot of people found their, their niche. And so I agree with Andre, easing the restrictions around getting a permit is going to be the first step so that people can safely and, productively sell, their products. I think that we need to give them the resources that they need. I also love the property manager idea. I'm a facilities manager, so I manage 62 stores and we have connections with every property manager. And when something is going wrong at the store, even if it's overflow of trash, we immediately call the property manager. Your roof is leaking, we call the property manager and someone comes out. And so small businesses don't have that capability sometimes because they're just so busy and it's usually like a mom and pop. So the city should facilitate that for them and really start to build relationships with property managers and hold them accountable as well. I also personally love a Love Compton initiative that is around small businesses. That is definitely something that I want to do. That includes a marketing campaign to promote these businesses and bring in new customers. Thank you.
Thank you. Third District candidate Smith, same question.
Thank you for that question, and I thank the other candidates for mentioning the barrier to entry for business owners here in Compton. I mean, obviously, we're very aware that number one, economic development is not written anywhere in any job description in Compton right now, which is a travesty. Also, business licenses are the amount that it costs to acquire a business license is outrageous. It should be looked into, and for services that are slightly adequate. Uh, Further, when we talk about economic development and we talk about what's necessary to bring the vehicles in to look at this cycle of really reimagining and rebuilding our city, we have to look at these community development financial institutions, which really help with developing co-op partnerships for housing. I have already been in conversation with individuals regarding co-working space. We want to encourage business, but where's office space for? Where's office space for them? So we have all of these vacant warehouses that have gone up because of the economy here in the third district. We need to figure out how to repurpose those. We need to figure out how to speak to Jennifer and Andre and many others have mentioned having conversations with property owners and property managers. We have to begin to have a council person that can advocate and have the conversations with these individuals, working with the council as well and working with the city manager, but also making sure that we are advocating outside of our, couple hour per week council meeting. So when we really look at what's necessary to build our business sense, we have to look at how do we bring in co-working space? How do we have live workspace? If we're going to have new development in Compton, live workspace needs to be a critical part of it. And then supporting our existing businesses with their storefronts and facade improvements. So certainly we have a lot to do and we can do it together.
Thank you, candidate Smith. Same question, candidate Harriet Robinson Blue, third district.
First of all, we have to be honest. We do not have a downtown area. We have some dilapidated businesses that have been left unchecked for years. That is on our namesake street on Compton Boulevard. And if you want to attract businesses, how then can we attract them when we're physically unsound? Our audits are so far back and outdated and incorrect. The state gives us recommendations. Do we follow them? No. We continue the same path of not doing the budgets and the audits in a timely manner. First, the people have to be able to drive through the city. When we passed Measure P, the 1% sales tax, it was to help improve our streets, our various infrastructures, our parks and our recreation program, and just what attracts families into the area. And when you attract families into the area, then that attracts money into the area so the business can see that the economics is solid for them to come in. The mayor even made a statement to that effect in 2016. Yet the funds that we have for Measure P, where's the funds being used? 250,000 goes to liability payments under the city attorney's office. $1,000 go to salaries for stipends for a board. 4,967,736 go to the sheriff's department. 2,710 go to the non-departmental. That's $10,316,000. Where are you going to fix the street under the Measure P money that was allocated? These are things that we need to look at. And we cannot be fiscally sound as a government. How can we be fiscally sound and request to attract businesses to come into our community? We have to be honest and we have to be clear. All these things sound good, but we got to be able to enforce it.
Robinson Blue, your time is over.
Thank you.
Thank you. Same question. Third District candidate Bowers.
Well, I think first of all, we got to straighten out City Hall. The city of Compton does not operate in the 21st century. When you talk about a business license or even dealing with the the building department, they're using the same system that was used over 20 years ago when I worked for the city of Compton. So when you go in and you have to pay your fees, you got to go back to the cashier, get a receipt, come back to the prospective department. That is absolutely ridiculous. You should be able to pay your fees right there at the time you're doing your transaction. Uh, we need people, we got to have a vision to talk to these entities. We need chain restaurants. We need to give Compton Boulevard a facelift. We need Long Beach Boulevard to give it a facelift because it used to be thriving back in the days. It should look like Old Town Downey or Old Town Pasadena or Old Town Bellflower with eateries, boutiques, you name it. It should be thriving. Compton Boulevard is ugly from one end of Compton to the other. It is disgusting. And we have all these vacant lots and so on. You can put restaurants, live work buildings, and so on and so forth. But again, it's going to be difficult to attract people to come to Compton when it's dirty. Your fire protection has declined, or I should say your public safety has declined. You know, the streets are ugly with the donuts and what have you. You know, that's not addressed. Why would a business want to come here? You know, we have to change that. You know, and the district council person, I would work very hard to reverse the look of Compton and attract restaurants and other businesses to generate revenue and bring back our ambulance program, which was a revenue maker, and we've lost that, and we're giving that to McCormick Ambulance, which costs the citizens even more money when they transport you. So now you have to pay them and your taxes to the fire department.
Thank you, candidate Bowers. Same question, District 3, candidate Carlos.
Thank you. Well, really simple for me because this is where I believe I thrive in. I've been in the same business for 32 years in the construction industry. I know that the city has city programs and that uh, they have to market the city to attract businesses. So we need to figure out what's currently in place, and if it's not working to attract the businesses, then we need to change that. But it has to start with City Hall first. Second, and most of you guys have already mentioned it, the permits. It's a fiasco and it's a nightmare. So I'm not going to talk about that. We've already kicked that dead horse enough. You guys talked about the surveillance. the violence. No one's going to come to the city. You're right. No one's going to come to the city to do business with us, not because of the violence, but because the cost. There's a high insurance cost put on these businesses when they come to Compton. So they're going to go, well, where, from a business standpoint, where am I going to make my money? So we have to be able to put programs in place to attract these businesses to offset the violence. I've already been doing this. I've already been building in Compton. I've been doing it for a long time. I lived here. I grew up here. And maybe for selfish reasons, because I wanted to feel proud to drive by, uh, you know, Wilmington, Rosecrans, Long Beach Boulevard and Rosecrans, Alondra and Wilmington, all these retail shopping centers. I had something to do with that. So I feel proud. I wanted to feel proud of doing it. I'm going to run out of time here, but local partnership. Yes, hire local hire. And it came down to really simple as the business developed, just hire your local security guard and hire your local maintenance guy. That will help your business.
Thank you.
I'll come back with more.
Thank you so much. Third District, candidate McCoy.
Thank you. Well, first and foremost, about housing development, we do have some housing development upcoming in the city of Compton. Unfortunately, COVID did put a slow down the process, but they're already been approved and they are forthcoming. So there is housing development that will come, and that is a catalyst to bringing business to the community. If you have new housing development, more people in your community, and a higher tax base, you will attract business. But it also becomes a thing about partnership. When it comes to Shop Compton, I do promote Shop Compton. When I have events, the events are not sponsored by the city of Compton. The events are partnerships. And so I don't spend money out of my budget to have these events, but it is a way to get business information out there. It is a way to highlight what we do have in our community. And it is a way to support local business. So I do participate with Shop Compton. I do actually shop Compton myself. I shop locally. You will see me all the time in the local stores. I don't go outside of the city to do my grocery shopping. I don't go outside of the city when I'm shopping, because it is very important to support the community that you live in. I can be out, and if I need gas, I make sure that I go back to my city to get gas. Those are the things that you have to do as an elected official to make sure that you're supporting your community. And so I do. And when it comes to actually, we are working on the policies and procedures because we do need to update them. And that was one of my issues when I came in. But, you know, if you've ever worked in local government, you will know that you can't just go in and decide that you as one person want to change something. You have to send it through the city manager to get things done. You have to actually make sure that you're doing things properly, following the policies and procedures yourself, and not trying to supersede the process. And so that's what I do, and that's the way to get things changed. And that's what I will continue to do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next question. I'm going to address this to Second District, Spicer. There have been issues with fair and equitable contract bidding. What will you do to make sure bids are evaluated fairly and equitably? If you see an issue, would you vote against staff recommendations for a final vendor vote? Why or why not?
So the first thing I want to do is I'm all about open communication. I have to make it public. I want to communicate with my district. I want to get the response to my district as to and the constituents of my district as to the best move. Again, I'm only here to represent the district and the people here. If we're looking at logic, we're looking at numbers, we're looking at what the district needs and what it doesn't need. Those are the things that I'm going to determine how to make my votes. And again, it's all based off of our constituents and how they feel. So again, I'm only representing them when making these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Third District, Harrison Blue Robinson, how would you answer that question?
City of Compton has a standard operating manual. That manual is so outdated, and that's why the bidding process has a flaw. When we try to attract bidding, first of all, when you have an issue, we need to have the community people to come forth and discuss it with their leaders so that we have an assessment of exactly what is needed and how they proceed to help us make an informed decision when we accept these bids. There's a process. The process and the city charter is a living, breathing document, not just a piece of paper. And sometimes we take the charter and we take it beyond its confines because we are a charter city. I always hear, "Oh, we're a charter city, and we can do this and we can do that," but we have to do it in an informed, constructive manner. And this is how the bidding process should be. The information should be out there so that we know exactly what we're bidding for. Oftentimes when we do a bid and we get the bid back, we have to come back again, do another reassessment. We have wasted money, we have wasted time. Then it takes forever to get the project done. And then once you get the project done, you got to go back and try to rebid to get something else completed. And the case in point, they did my street. They came back, they did an overlay, then they had to come back and cut the street because there was no connection with the sewer department. So this is a waste of time, waste of money. This is what attract people not to come to the city. And then we get the same companies bidding for the same project.
Thank you.
So we need to really look at that policy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. District 2, Dr. Dawson.
Thank you for the question. What we need, what's missing, is a purchasing department that actually works, that's going to have a fair check and balances system. I think that it is basically against the charter to have persons bid for a city contract and they land number 5 and 6 on the list and somehow they end up with the contract. And it also is unconstitutional, in my opinion, that it always happens to be a friend, a relative of someone who donated money to a person's campaign who approves this. I believe that we need to develop a watchdog task force made primarily of our residents because the residents won't allow us to get away with anything. I think that it's important that we are transparent with the residents when it comes to these contracts. And it's important that the residents understand that I am going to studiously look at every single controversial contract that comes across the dais because it is important that we make sure that everybody has a fair opportunity to thrive when it comes to our nonprofits, when it comes to our businesses, and creating jobs through the contracts. There is a host of trash under the bridge as you cross Rosecrans, and you see that we already have a city contract that we've given to an organization, and yet the residents are dismayed by them not doing their job. So if we had done our due diligence, we would have had a city contract to make sure that our city is beautified. That will attract more persons to want to purchase homes here, more businesses to want to come and thrive here, and make it safer for us to want to jog around our own communities without stumbling upon drug needles, glass, and large couches in the middle of the street. Go figure. I wouldn't have to get the youth that I teach in my life skill courses to volunteer their time to assist me with cleaning up the neighborhoods and the parks. So that's what I would do. Those are some of the ways that I would make sure that we have a fair and just system moving forward in the city of Compton.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Third District, Candidate Smith.
Yes, sir. Could you just repeat the question? That way I can make sure I'm on target.
There have been issues with fair and equitable contract bidding. What will you do to make sure bids are evaluated fairly and equitably? If you see an issue, Would you vote against staff recommendation for final vendor vote? Why or why not?
Yeah, so to answer that question specifically, uh, first of all, we're doing too much bidding and contract giving. Everything doesn't need a contract. Some things need sweat equity from citizens and residents and organizations right here in the community. So first of all, I mean, if we aren't looking at how management or staff is preparing some of these recommendations and asking the right questions once it comes to the dais, then and quite often with the current leadership that it doesn't seem like the questions are asked enough. It seems like there's some I don't know, but what I want to be clear on is that uh, the equity in these contracts is going to come from really just looking at what it is and bringing the stakeholders together in order to really look at that. Because what's happening now, and this is from the conversations with the unions that we've been having, you know, where the city made some real strong decisions regarding employments recently. And the union was saying that a lot of the stuff that they were negotiating or discussing never made it to council. So staff never even recommended it. So that's the problem. When you have these apolitical individuals that are in management and as the city administrator, and they're following what one person on the dais says or what just two other people on the dais says without really being transparent, which is key not only on the back end but on the front end, but also making sure that the conversations and direct questions are being answered in the areas of really being able to review any bids. So yeah, that's all I have.
Thank you very much. District 3, Flores, same question.
So in our most recent audit under like contracts and bidding, we were labeled as non-compliant and material weakness because we are not following the current procedures that are in place. So while change can be slow in enacting new procedures, we're currently not following the procedures that are here. So the first thing in working with Craig is to really ask the right questions and really get in there and see why are we not following those procedures and what can we do to fix it. A perfect example is the paving on Alameda and Compton Boulevard, right? They paved it and then we went months without having the lines on the street. Do you know why? It's because they did a bid, they went with the lowest bid to get the pavers and it didn't include the striping. So they had to start all over and renegotiating the bids in order to get the striping. So the question becomes why? How did we get here? And how do we ensure that this doesn't happen again so that we're not left in this situation? So I think, yes, I would vote against staff recommendation if it hasn't been thoroughly vetted. I think we all need to step back and hold each other accountable and really take the time to see what it is that we're spending our money on.
Thank you. Same question, 3rd District candidate Bowers.
I think, well, as far as voting on a bid or staff recommendation, if it's not kosher, no, I will not support it. I think though we should focus more on the businesses here in the city providing many of those services. But most of all, I think we must have a citizens oversight committee to view the operations or uh, how the city government does business. There is no accountability and there's no oversight. Someone mentioned about mentioning things to the city council. When we were having city council meetings prior to the COVID, many citizens would come and express their concerns or what have you to the city government, and it just falls upon deaf ears. They're just basically ignored, and the city does whatever they want. That kind of stuff has to stop. You know, we are the voice of the people. So, with regards to those bids and what have you, if it's not kosher, no, I can't support that.
Thank you. 3rd District candidate, same question, McCoy.
Thank you. Um, First of all, there is a policy and procedure, and the procedure indicates that we have to accept the lowest, most responsible bidder. So when it comes to sometimes you accept a bid that is not the lowest bid, it's because they don't have all the components. And what happens is when you don't have all the components and you go for the lowest bidder, you then learn that it doesn't have everything, just like Ms. Flores indicated about the striping. So it takes reading. And yes, I have voted against items that have come before the council because when I read it, I did not agree with it, or because, and I do take into consideration what the public says. However, you have to make sure that you are also getting all the information out of the bid and making sure the public understands that you get one side, but we know other details that you may not understand or have. And so we have to make a decision based on what we've been presented. We really rely on staff because that's their job, and you have to make sure that you keep your job separate. A council person is not to do the job of the staff. A council person is to evaluate what's presented and make sure that you vote accordingly. And so, yes, I do actually vote against things that I am not comfortable with. I do vote against things that are not what I see fit for the community, but I also do trust staff to do their jobs. And when they're not, as far as policies and procedures, we are updating those, and we will come forth with a lot of policies and procedures that will improve the city's running thoroughly. Thank you.
Thank you. Third district candidate, Carlos, same question.
You know, 32 years in the construction business and working with different developers and acquiring different contracts, there has to be a transparency. And more important, there has to be integrity on the individual. If you know something is wrong, then speak about it. Um, I've seen where in the city of Compton, there's an RFP, request for a proposal goes out, and there's only one bidder. Now, I, as a business owner, would say that if someone is trying to do business with me and I only have one price, that price is too high. I don't care what the price is too high. Uh, Councilwoman McCoy stated that there are policies in place. Great, but if those policies aren't working, then let's change them. Let's work on changing them. The lowest bid, candidate Flores mentioned, there was the issue with Compton Boulevard. Truth be told, that the lowest price isn't always the best price. And the highest price doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get the best quality. Jordan Downs on Alameda is one of the projects, just one of the few projects that I've worked on locally. And they were, I was actually on the second phase. There's several phases. I was on the second phase. Contractors from the first phase were not invited to come back on the second phase. Why? Because they found to be contract tampering. And we know that that is illegal. So we, as a dais, as council people representing the constituents, we have to do good for them. We have to make sure that the city of Compton is getting the best deal on that contract. Not one-sided, and I'm not saying it should be one-sided, but it should be in favor of the city and the constituents.
Thank you. Moving along, I'm going to go back to Dr. Dawson's second district. Question is, some residents believe Compton streets are notoriously poorly maintained, yet others state they see progress. What actions, if any, would you take to improve our streets?
Okay, you cut out there, but I believe I got your question. I believe that it is time that we create better commissions. We need a mental health commission. We need a beautified landscape commission, and we need a livelihood commission that focuses on positive impact for the Latin community. Each commission should be spearheaded by 3 or 4 persons. And part of that beautification commission would be a task force where we are setting an example to the surrounding cities and the surrounding districts here in the city of Compton, where we're having weekly, if not weekly, monthly cleanups. And that is important that we partnership with the city leaders, such as our block club captains, so that we can identify our most eyesore area in the community, start there, making sure that we have residents where they can have a number or an email where they can easily contact us so that once we're made aware of these situations, we can tackle that immediately. And we also need to partner with measures that are already in place, like code enforcement, to make sure that we're working side by side with them to ensure that everyone is following the ground rules led throughout the city of Compton. I agree with the candidates when we have to drive every mile, a half mile, and we're hitting and running into a pothole, or when the lines are not done to completion and causing near wrecks. We have families here in the city. We have seniors who enjoy walking. So it is important that we make it safe for them. And part of making it safe for them is making sure that we're constantly on cleanup tasks, making sure that we have a plan that is implemented, a plan that is followed, and not something that's going to be redirected like other plans in the past halfway through the process. So it is important that we clean up Compton, and let's not stop there. We must clean up City Hall in the process.
Thank you. Third District McCoy, will you address the same?
Yes, sir. Well, the action plan for street improvement as far as the potholes is we did go out and we voted for a $45 million $45 million grant, I'm sorry, to improve the quality of the streets. And that is not a tax bond. It is not on the city's taxpayers. So we will do that, as well as I do partner with the community. I do, when it comes to cleanups, I do partner with the community, and I'm actually out there cleaning up as well. And we just need to follow our plan. We do have a street pavement plan now, and we are moving forward with cleaning up our streets and repaving them and getting the streets that are in poor condition done, but as well as those that will be failing very soon. So that is the plan. That's how we will move forward, and it is already in place and it will be acted upon. Thank you.
Thank you. Third District candidate Flores, would you like to address the same?
Yes, okay, so we have Measure P, and if you were at the last council meeting, you would have seen that Measure P is owed some money. So it looks like we moved out. There were 3 line items at the bottom that shouldn't have been moved out. So when we talk about the streets being, needing to be fixed, yes, they do, but we really need to look at that money and where it's being allocated and making sure that we are being accountable to it. The other thing is, and I know Ms. McCoy mentioned the bond, there's this kind of life cycle of a city. And so if we took that money for the bond and we plan to or remodel City Hall, the fire department, and all of these things. We're going to use that money, we're going to pay it back from Measure P at $3 million a year. But in 25 years, all those things will once again need to be remodeled. And so it kind of creates this cycle that we need to break. So for me, it's small incremental changes. Let's look at the areas that are over 100 years old. Let's look at the areas that have the biggest potholes, and let's fix those and then generate additional revenue in order to continue to be able to fix those, instead of using all this money at once and then finding ourselves here again in 25 or 30 years.
Thank you. Same question. Third District Smith.
Just refresh the question for me. I'm definitely keyed in, but I like to make sure that I'm right on target.
Some residents believe Compton streets are notoriously poorly maintained. yet other states are, the other state, they see progress. What actions, if any, would you take to improve our streets?
Yeah, so when the streets debacle actually started, it was poor planning from the leaders that were on the dais. Uh, it was weather obviously related. It was weather related. We've always had infrastructure issues with our streets, but this in particular destruction was weather related. One year we had this torrential rain that did some stuff, and then the following year that same torrential rain came back, and there was no real plan ahead of that. So scrambling to get it done really caused a lot of pain on everyone, a lot of money on everyone. It was just a really bad situation. When we talk about moving forward or how to progress forward, we have to look at capital improvements. We have to look at obviously where to get the revenue from to make capital improvements. But when we make those investments end up being long term. So I concur with my colleague, Mr. Carlos, as well as Flores, as well as Ms. McCoy, that we have to make the proper capital investments in order to prevent such a downfall so quickly. Where those investments that we make would last longer than a fix and patch sort of idea. We've been fixing and patching for years, going back to the Bradley administration. So we actually have to get to a point where we're purchasing the proper equipment, we're hiring enough people to make sure that there's proper maintenance, and then going further is really zeroing in on grant funding, making sure that grants department is 100% zeroed in on where to bring these new capacities to really do what we need to do to keep the safety and protection on our streets, our sidewalks. And I know that they keep saying, these different things that they're passing have no tax. There is a tax. If there's a sales tax, then that's a tax that ends up being pushed down to the constituent.
Thank you very much. Third district candidate, Robinson Blue.
As Ms. Flores pointed out, the Measure P money, this was supposed to be used for city infrastructure and for streets and the paving of the roads. However, as I stated before, the money, 10,316,000 is being allocated for liability payments, salaries for RAB board, for the sheriff, and for printing and duplicating. How are we going to fix the road using that money for these services? You have to look at the budget. We're making policies, look at your revenues and your expenditures on your budget and see where the money is really going to fix these things that the citizen needs. Okay? Next thing is the process. This is a city manager run city. The city manager reports to the council. The council needs to give clear and specific goals to the city manager. Just telling the city manager, get the streets done, he can take a year, he can take 2 years, he can take 4 years. There is no accountability. If he had accountability, then we won't be in the mess that we're in. And this is from previous city managers. We have had controllers who runs out of here that come to the city and they leave out of here in jail because of the misuse of the funds. We got monies from the state in order to fix the street. Again, the city misused the funds and we end up sending back funds to the state. Going back when we talk about the homelessness and how they're on our streets and they're destroying our street. No, they're not destroying the street. They have some place to go. The homeless people are not just people who are sick or who have mental illness. They're everyday working people, as this pandemic has shown. Thank you.
Thank you. Second district candidate, Spicer.
So, can you ask the question one more time, please?
Sure. Some residents believe Compton streets to be notoriously or poorly maintained, yet others state that they see progress. What actions, if any, would you take to improve our streets?
So the first thing we have to do is we have to ensure that we have funding for our street repair. We have to review all our funding sources. We also have to apply for grant opportunities through the U.S. Department of Transportation. And we also want to utilize the Metro funding source. And all while that's happening, we also it wouldn't be a bad idea to find funding to work on our sewage issue as well. As I said, simultaneously as this is actually happening. Um, and so those are the main things that I would say uh, to ensure that we actually have funding for these street repairs and how and where that funding is at, and then applying that funding to the streets itself. Thank you.
Thank you. District 3, candidate Carlos.
I'll I'll speak for me, as a resident, not just a candidate, but the overall as a city, it's poor. Yes, there's been progress made, so I urge that let's build on the progress that has been made. Let's build on the small victories. Um, I'm fortunate. I live in Richland Farms. I live there now. I've been there for 30 years, and my street was one of the streets that got paved. So I am fortunate uh, to see the progress. We also have to go back and understand the population of the city. Was the city of Compton built to support 100,000 people? And if it wasn't, then we need to look at the infrastructure to make sure that we are sustainable, that we can support the population, so that we don't fall back, as one of the candidates stated, we don't fall back and have to repair the streets 25 years from now. Where's the money coming from? Measure P, more bonds, more taxes. And as far as I know, you can pay the taxes now or pay the taxes later, but you're going to pay the taxes. People have talked about bonds. Where's the bond money coming from? Unless someone has a big bag of money and says, here, Compton, here you go. All money is not free money. So we have to look at that. Let's work with the funding that we do have and try to bring back the parks department. The parks are very important, and we need staff to clean up those parks. So let's work with that and try to bring the staffing back. Let's also look at the maintenance department. Does the maintenance department have the right equipment to keep the city clean? Do we have the right amount of staffing? Because if we don't have the right amount of staffing, then what are we doing? We're burning these guys out. So we need to make sure that we have adequate infrastructure to support our city.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Third district candidate Bowers. Same question.
Can you repeat the question one more time, please, sir?
Certainly. Some residents believe Compton streets are notoriously poorly maintained, yet others state they see progress. What actions, if any, would you take to improve our streets?
Okay. Yes, the streets are very poorly maintained, and there has been a little progress. That is true. There is grant funding and other source of funds out there. However, one of the things we can do is reallocate some of the money that's already in our budget. For example, the last budget, the successor agency, what they had a budget of $19 million. Now they're the former basically community redevelopment agency, and they're supposed to form commercial redevelopment, generate money, jobs, industrial development, create viable sustainable community. That hasn't been done. Why are they getting $19 million? Some of that money right now can go to taking care of the streets. On top of that, the public works has not been proactive. If you look at right there at the 91 freeway in Wilmington, where the heavy truck traffic is, the streets are terrible, and they could at least be proactive and go ahead and pave over that or patch it or whatever, because not only does it damage those trucks, it damages our fire equipment, which costs money. It costs those business people money. Even for example, the citizens. I caught two flats at one time running over a pothole. So the people in Compton don't typically don't make a lot of money. So if their car is destroyed, now they can't go to work. And that money that they need to buy clothes or whatever else, they have to buy tires or rims for their cars. So I think we could start by reallocating some of the money that we already have.
Thank you. District 3 candidate McCoy. Compton is sometimes described as not being business friendly. What does it mean for a city to be business friendly? And
Thank
what
you.
specific solutions are needed to make Compton business friendly?
Yes, sir. Um, we do have to update our policies and procedures to become more business friendly. To be business friendly means that you are inviting to bring businesses to your community and you're doing whatever you can to assist a business that wants to come to your community or that actually exists in your community. So again, as I've said, and I know it sounds like a broken record, we are in the process of updating our policies and procedures. And one of the main focuses is making sure that the business license and the building and safety division becomes more business friendly, making sure that they actually know the importance of business. Businesses and small businesses are the backbone of our community. And I constantly stress the importance of making sure that we do all that we can to invite businesses, to accept businesses, and to help businesses. So that is one of the things that the city is working on. Unfortunately, with government, it's not an overnight process, but it is in the works. Thank you.
Thank you. District 2 candidate Spicer, will you answer the same question?
Sure. Can you ask the question one more time? I'm sorry.
I can. Compton is sometimes described as not being business friendly. What does it mean for a city to be business friendly? And what specific solutions are needed to make Compton business friendly?
So I briefly spoke on this earlier, and it spoke to streamlining small businesses, making it just easier for the licensing process. I have to agree with Councilwoman Tana McCoy. The business and safety, we need to just streamline everything and just make it a little more easier for businesses to come to the city. I said earlier that businesses consistently leave the city to because it's easier to start it somewhere else. So we have to be a little more business friendly. We have to step up on our customer service as well, making people confident, comfortable coming to City Hall and getting assistance, and training our employees. Not only one person can do the job. There should be multiple people that can do the job. I've had situations to where different people come in here for various of things, and they can only talk to one person, only can deal with one person. I think that we need to train our staff to be a little more proactive in some of these situations. Appreciate the time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Dr. Thomas, the candidates have 10 minutes left in the forum.
Thank you, Madam President. District 3, Flores, will you answer the same question?
Sure, and I'll make it quick. Um, when we think about business friendly cities, we need people outside of our city to shop here. That's really what it comes down to. Not only it eases the burden on residents, we pay home property tax and we also pay a city, sales tax. So when we can get new people out here, it generates additional revenue. We definitely need to ease the policies and procedures in permitting. We need to work with property managers. As I said earlier, safety is obviously a huge concern. And we need to think outside of the box. Culver City gave tax incentives to their small businesses to shops that would clean up their area and keep their businesses nice. So I just feel like, everything's on the table right now. Thank you.
Thank you. District 2, Dr. Dawson, would you?
Absolutely. We would start with cleaning up our cemeteries. cleaning up our streets, cleaning up our city finances, and clean up City Hall. Part of cleaning up City Hall is making sure, as we speak about streamlining the process to get a business license and not giving it to my friends. There are persons who have friends in City Hall to where they received a business license and a certificate in 10 days, where the average person it takes 30 days to receive those benefits. I would create a street program and work with the city manager to make sure that the second district streets are done and to make sure that the streets throughout the city of Compton are done. I would finally formulate a plan with the businesses that are here to figure out how we best put our revenue to work and get the city prepared for the 2022 Olympics that will be in Inglewood. There is no reason why Compton should not be a tourist attraction. There is no reason why we should not be banking on the dollars that are going to be coming right here to the heart of LA County. They utilize Compton for everything else. It's time that we get our due diligence done here in the city of Compton. I would advocate for that.
Thank you. District 3, Bowers, same question.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Compton is sometimes described as not being business friendly. What does it mean to be business friendly, and what specific solutions are needed to make Compton business friendly?
Well, I think we can do a much, much, much better at attracting businesses. However, we have something in place, and that's the successor agency that we've pumped millions of dollars in. So this goes back to accountability. And we need to spotlight every organization within the city and see how they're doing business. Apparently, the people that are in those positions don't have the skills or whatever to attract these businesses, but the city has to be cleaned up. I mean, there's nothing to attract them here. And we're missing out on millions and millions of dollars. If you look at Carson, for example, what they've done around the Carson Mall, I mean, it's just thriving with business. We should have done that a long time ago. And as one of the candidates mentioned, the Olympics are coming and we're not ready. And people are not going to come to Compton. We want them to come spend money here. We want people to say, hey, there's a little spot in Compton, man. They got the best food, blah, blah, blah. But then where are you going to park? Is somebody going to break in your car? Are they going to run into it? Are there trash on the street, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I love my city and I try to support it as best I can. Unfortunately, when I want to take my family out to dinner or something, I got to go to Lakewood, Long Beach, or something like that. We should have places right here in Compton generating funds, revenue back into the city. Other businesses will want to come here. Right now it's a desert.
Thank you. District 3, Smith, same question.
Thank you. First of all, without there being an economic development specialist in the city that's focused on really kind of bridging the gap and programming, then we're really wasting a lot of time. The city has in place a lot of programming, and we have resources that are in the city through the SBA. We're Opportunity Zone City. Why we're not marketing that? There's a business assistance center. I worked with Vladimir Jefferson and Daisy McKinney for a very long time, where they helped me to understand how to build a nonprofit organization, how to build my business. These are the type of resources that are necessary. We have these thriving organizations in Compton that need capacity support. We have thriving business entrepreneurs that need capacity support. We have to have a South LA, Watts, all of these cities around us, they get impact investment. There's all kinds of accelerators and incubators for businesses in South LA. It never makes it to Compton. You know why? Because the politics in Compton and the way Compton does business is not friendly. So we have to figure out how to really, really enhance how we operate at City Hall, constituent services, customer client experience. But we also have to take it a step further and make sure that we are attracting these community development financial institutions, make sure we are attracting public-private partnerships, making sure that we are looking at how to build capacity through, like I said, co-working spaces for these thriving entrepreneurs, accelerators, and incubators. That is what's going to not only bridge the gap from an organic level, but it's also going to really help build capacity and have Compton as a forward-thinking modern city. There's no way in the world that we cannot be that forward-thinking model city.
Thank you. Same question, District 3 candidate Carlos.
Thank you. So we look at Compton, also known as the hub city, and there's a reason why we are the hub city. We are the hub of business, the hub of transportation. Everything that goes from the ports of Long Beach and San Pedro, they have to come through Compton. Why hasn't Compton capitalized on that? We have an airport. We have Richland Farms. We have uh, a lot of rich entities in Compton that we are not leveraging on. We need to change the narrative that's out there from Compton, and that's our responsibility. Our responsibility, and when I say our responsibility, I'm saying responsibility of the residents, because it starts with the residents, then the leadership. This is the success of the city is not going to be from top down. It has to be built from the bottom up. And when I say bottom up, that means we are responsible of electing our officials. We are responsible for holding our officials responsible for what they're doing. We must continue to ask for transparency. You know, one of the I was actually selected to also be appointed in the third district, and one of the questions was on there was what type of business would I not want in Compton, and it was on there. I put on there, I want a moratorium on liquor stores. Why? Because not all business is good business. We have a stadium also that's, you know, 5, 10 miles away from us that we are not leveraging on. Also, and at the end, we can raise all the money we want. We can raise all the taxes we want. But if we don't control our spending, nothing will change. We need to control the spending, that the money that's coming out of City Hall, to put us in a better position to move the city forward. No funding, no money.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. District 3, Robinson Blue, same question.
We need to market the city. As you stated, the Olympics is coming through. The main corridor, Central and Wilmington. Look at how they look. We have not put anything to landscaping, anything to say, hey, Compton is a beautiful city. Our incentive, we need to offer incentives, rebates to business. We need to attract diversity. Women business owners are coming into the city. We have no cultural diversity. We don't attract intersectionality groups into the city. We have grant writers within the city. Those grant writers should be out trying to find funds to attract business to help support them with their financing, create some kind of financing mechanism. We have a great career link, totally underutilized. Their partnership with other businesses, they vet businesses, they find working individuals, they train them to work in these businesses. We totally underutilized that department. We don't have to go outside. We have it within the city. We just need to use what we have. Code enforcement. We need code enforcement to go out and enforce the fees, the permits, make it equitable for everyone. But if you want to attract new business, if the old business are left unchecked, how then can you attract new businesses that come in to be next to another business that's undone? Customer service. People need to be trained. They need to be knowledgeable of what the policies, what the ordinance, and what the codes say. So many times people go up to that counter to get misinformation. We're always revamping policies. If the policies was working before, why are we changing them? It's the change that caused the confusion and why business does not want to come to Compton.
Your time
Thank
is
you.
over.
Thank you, Madam President. Given the time limit, should we proceed with closing statements?
Yes, we should, Dr. Thomas.
You have 2 minutes to make your closing statements. Let's go with District 3, Tana McCoy.
Thank you. First, I want to say I am truly honored to serve the residents of the 3rd District. I believe that it is my responsibility to represent the community with dignity, professionalism, compassion, and hard work. And I am willing to put in the hard work. As an elected official, you must know the policies and procedures to move the city forward. And I also know the policies and procedures to move the city forward. As a longtime resident and civil servant, I humbly ask for you to vote for me on April 20th. I am not a politician, I'm a public servant, and I'm willing and able to serve this great community again for the city of Compton. And I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. 3rd District candidate, Tomas Carlos, 2 minutes.
Thank you. The residents are facing a hard task and a huge responsibility. A very unique responsibility also, because you are going to, you have a chance to build the team that you are going to partnership for the next 4 years. You're going to go into business with one of us, some of us here. And who do you believe is the best business partner? I say, don't fall for the rhetoric. Don't fall for the rhetoric. Don't fall for the banners. Don't fall for the pamphlets. Check every candidate. Check their history. What have they done in the city? Check their integrity. I've had the pleasure now to know more about our candidates. Thank you. Thank you for coming and being part of this. But I challenge every one of you, candidates, that please, if you don't do not get elected, don't go away. Stick around. Share your ideas with those that will be elected. Because you guys all have great plans based on what I heard today. And I think it's a responsibility that we owe each other to share what we have, the knowledge that we have, so that we can work together and make the city a better place. Let's stop allowing the name of Compton to be used for someone else's profit. I'd like to thank every one of you guys again. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. 3rd District candidate, Jonathan Bowers, 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. Again, I began my public service career 40 years ago. Um, Look at my track record. I'm a results about results. Um, I was actually already awarded Outstanding Public Servant by the City of Compton for my loyal community spirit and deep commitment, and it goes on. Um, put your check on that #1 box for Jonathan Bowers if you want to see results. I have had a front row seat in my 40 plus years of public service. I've had a front row seat to see down into the very fiber of the people's lives in the city of Compton and throughout Los Angeles County. I've seen them at their very, very worst moments and their happiest moments. There's no other candidate nor anyone currently on the city council that can make such a statement. I know the people very well. Thank you.
Thank you. 3rd District candidate, Harriet Robinson Blue, 2 minutes, please.
Ms. Robinson Blue, please unmute. Please unmute.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I worked in the city for over 31 years. I have been a homeowner for 34 years, and I've lived in the city of Compton for over 50 years. This is where I raised my children. This is where I attended school and they attended school. This is where I made lifelong friendship. The city gave me an opportunity to work. I started as a city trainee and worked my way up to the housing director. I received my master's in of arts in public administration, my bachelor of science in public administration from Cal State Dominguez, my master's from National University while working full time for the city. City of Compton also has it's a city of heartaches. It's due to the organizational climate that's within the city. Many are silent, fearful, and forgetful. They're silent over the leadership. They're fearful of compromising their integrity and their ethics. And they're forgetful that Compton is not on an isolated part of the world. In this city, it motivated me as an immigrant to become an American citizen so I could participate in the greatest democracy of the world. And that is how my voice heard through the power of the vote. As I stated earlier, my biggest opponent is apathy. We need to get out. We need to learn more. We need to market the city. We have to stop putting all the emphasis on gang violence. All the emphasis is not gang violence. It's us. It's our apathy and being silent. Promote the city in a positive light. I ask each of you, close your eyes, open your mind. Do you want the same thing? Would you accept the same? Would you live in a community like this in a different city? Will you accept the same politics if you was in another city? No, you will not. You will raise the bar. So ask your elected officials
Thank you very much, Ms.
to raise the bar and stand. And we're as a true Comptonite. I ask for your vote. Harriet Robinson Blue, District 3. Thank you.
Thank you. District candidate for District 3, Renard Smith. 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. And, my name is Renard Smith. And, the reason why this election is so important, it's not about the ideas that we can exchange. It's about the actual plan that we can implement and the experience to implement that plan and having the energy to implement that plan. I want to say that it was amazing meeting my neighbors today. Many of us live on Caldwell, either on one side or the other. So it was really nice to finally see you guys. And I mean, I've seen many of you guys, but to actually hear your ideas has been amazing. Miss McCoy, I'm sorry to hear about your father. I send you all my deepest condolences and prayers to your family. We are in a place in Compton where it's about respect. It's about being humble. It's about really, really listening and meeting people where they are. I am a candidate that has experienced almost anything that you can imagine, anyone my age. I turned 40 in a couple days, and my generation has experienced, injustice. My generation has experienced poverty, significantly homelessness, and even the silent homeless, people that have to live on couches, young people who are so far from ever having an opportunity for a mortgage or even a lease for that matter. And I believe that my business acumen, my sense of understanding how to bring people together for a common goal for equitable outcome is a plus in this race. It's a plus if I'm able to take this seat and actually advocate on behalf of the city 24 hours a day on the phone in different states. We shouldn't have a lobbyist. The council person has the time to be in Sacramento advocating or in DC advocating. So again, I'm Renard Smith. I'm the only Smith on the ballot. My family's been here for 3 generations, and I can assure you that we have a plan to change the district to affect change in the entire city. I'm Renard Smith. That's electrenardsmith.com.
Thank you. District 3 candidate, Jennifer Flores. 2 minutes, please.
Thank you guys for having me. I want to take this minute to talk to voters. This election is going to be crucial in our city's history, and I can't do this without you, and our voices matter. We are truly better together. Political experience is what got us into this mess, and it's not going to get us out. We need fresh voices and people that will work hard and advocate for the residents. My biggest goal is to create a community first culture in City Hall that can trickle down and really motivate the residents. So vote Flores. You can find out more about me at floresforcouncil.com and then Facebook and Instagram at Flores for Council. Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you. District 2 candidate, Andre Spicer. 2 minutes, please.
Sure. So Compton, you know me as an entrepreneur, a community liaison, and an activist. You know my resume. I'm the only candidate that has been dedicated to the community and for this long of a period. And the proof is in the pudding. Everything that I said I would do, I actually got done. So with that being said, I'm gonna tell you a little bit about my first 100 days and what I want to accomplish. I want to help to clean up our district. I'll provide services aimed at the beautification and maintenance to show the pride that we have in our city. I also want to open up the dialogue. I'll develop open lines of communication to ensure that our voices are heard. I want to be held accountable. I have a clear and methodical plan constructed to accomplish the goals for our district. I also want to work to improve the infrastructure. Before we can build, we must fix our current foundation. Compton's infrastructure is obsolete and technically insufficient. Public safety. I want to create a community partnership with the LA County Sheriff Department that allow residents to be heard and feel safe, knowing that law enforcement will be made transparent and held accountable for any misconduct. And lastly, I want to change our code enforcement. I want to work to restructure the current system of code enforcement. Currently, most of our code enforcement fines are made against our residents, while business owners and landowners are not being held accountable for their property maintenance. So those are the things that I want to do within my first 100 days. And as you guys know, my resume, things that I said that I will do, I have done. So a vote for me again is a vote for District 2. So vote for Andre Spicer, District 2. I'm number 4 on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Candidate for District 2, Dr. Dawson, 2 minutes, please.
I've talked to my neighbors. I was there with them during some of the most harrowing moments, the fires that broke out as I helped carry seniors and their children to safety. I was there when an active drug user drove his car into the home of the Palacios family, and I helped pull their 2-year-old from the rubble as I was out canvassing that day. I will be a watchdog to protect the residents from the tricky contracts and poor decisions and the worst leadership from some of the same merry-go-round politicians. We've had these conversations. You've been sharing with me the last 2, 3, 4 years that it is time to clean Compton and that it is time for an upgrade. It's time to usher in new leadership, new blood with new ideas that's going to put you first every step of the way. No more over-promising just to under-deliver. I have one solid promise to you, the residents of Compton. That's to wake up every morning, putting you first, putting my best foot forward, protecting you every step of the way. Compton, with you, we can clean our cemeteries, clean our streets, clean up our finances, and finally clean up City Hall. Together, we can do that. I am with you. It will be the honor of my life to represent you from City Hall. Join this fight at www.jaceforcompton.com, Instagram at jaceforyou, and remember, Compton, I'm number 1 on your ballot and number 1 for positive and effective change. I love you, and there is nothing you can do about it.
Thank you. Let me say that it's been a pleasure serving you and querying you for your insights for the greater well-being of this great city of Compton. We certainly trust that you all will enjoy your run and, if you are granted the privilege, to serve well. I want to also thank Madam President of the Chambers. Thank her for allowing me to participate in this very auspicious moment of getting to know you. I'm going to turn it over to you, uh, Dr. President Lestine Johnson. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas, and thank you for moderating the forum for Districts 2 and 3. And to our candidates, I do echo what Dr. Thomas has already stated. We do wish you well in your candidacy and on the campaign trail. We know that you're out there and you're talking to the voting residents, and that's exactly what need to be done to allow them to get to know you as you get to know them. I do want to remind the audience today that the ballots will drop the week of March 23rd. The week of March 23rd, and this year it is a all mail-in voting. The ballots will drop the week of March 23rd, and we are encouraging everyone in the city of Compton that is registered to vote, please vote. Without your vote, you don't have a voice. Vote. Your voice is being heard. You've heard the candidates of District 2 and 3, two candidates of District 2, I should say, and all the candidates of District 3. It's your decision, voting community. We do thank you for tuning in to see the candidates vying for Districts 2 and 3, and now it is up to the voting community. Again, the ballots will drop on the week of March 23rd. We are going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with our treasurer candidates. Thank you. Good evening, good afternoon, and welcome back to part two of the Compton Chamber of Commerce Candidate Forum. Part two of the forum would be represented by the candidates vying for office for the position of City Treasurer. We have three candidates vying for office of City Treasurer, and the names will be given at roll call by our moderator. I do want to take this time to thank our moderator again, Dr. George Thomas, who is pastor of Holy Chapel Missionary Baptist Church right here in the great city of Compton. And he's also the president and founder of a great organization, CUNAT, Christian Clergy United Network Action Team. I now turn the forum over to Dr. Thomas.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, I must express that it is a privilege to be able to serve you and the Chamber, as well as the citizenry of Compton, during this period of time where we assessed our values by way of our leadership. As we get started, let me pause and kind of take roll call and make certain that all of our candidates are here and accounted for. Looking for Mr. Douglas Sanders. Are you here?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Satra Zarita, are you here?
I'm present.
And Mr. Brandon Mims, are you here?
I'm here.
Very good. Uh, let's start with your opening statements. We're going to allow 2 minutes for your opening statements. We'll begin with the President Treasurer by asking you to begin the process off with your opening statement, Mr. Douglas Sanders.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas, and I would like to thank everyone that's joining here in the Chamber of Commerce Candidates Forum. I really appreciate it. My name is Douglas Sanders. I'm your current city treasurer. I was born and raised here in Compton. My dad used to own a meat market here in Compton for about 20 years. And then he ran for the city treasurer's position and won and served up until his death in 1993. I've then been elected to the treasurer's office in 1993, and I've served for 28 years here in the city of Compton. I managed an aggregate amount of over $3.5 billion of city, state, federal, and bond proceeds in my 28 tenure. I've earned over $25 million in aggregate interest revenue on general city, CRA, successor agency, and bond proceeds. Also in of 2003, there was an instance where there was about five officials of the city of Compton which were indicted by the district attorney's office for misusing their taxpayer money. I'm the one that turned them into the district attorney's office. 3 of them were convicted, the other 2 were let off. Also in my tenure, there's been several economic distress that's been in this nation. One is the COVID-19 pandemic that we're seeing right now. The other is the crash of 2007 and 2008 of the Wall Street and the bank and financial system, the dot-com era, and the Orange County bankruptcy. I'm a certified public investment manager, and also I attended the University of Southern California where I majored in accounting, and I'm a certified public investment manager as well.
Thank you. Ms. Sandra Zarita, will you give us your opening statement?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to the Compton Chamber of Commerce. It's nice to see you, Pastor Thomas. I am Satra Zarita, and I am a candidate for Compton City Treasurer. I'm currently Vice President of the Governing Board of Trustees of the Compton Unified School District, where I've served for 16 years. And we have a positively certified budget with LA County, and we've had it for the past 9 years. And that means that we can pay out our bills for 3 years. We can pay our staff and pay our bills. So when I got on the school board, they were deficit spending, and we turned that around. So the school district is in a great place. I'm running for city treasurer. The city is at a crossroads. They have more than $117 million deficit. $3.7 million was stolen cash in a backpack from the treasurer's office over a period of more than 6 years. And I'm looking forward to making the office convenient, customer friendly, secure. I want to secure our tax dollars, and I want to install technological advancements as well as basic systems that protect our money. I want to ensure that we are getting maximum yield on all of our investments. I want to ensure that we pass our next audit with the California State Controller by ensuring that all of the findings have been cured. And I'm looking forward to, like I say, making advancements in that office. Thank you.
Thank you. Opening statement, Brandon Mims, 2 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you. Also, let me thank the Chamber for this opportunity to get to know the candidates for City Treasurer. I think that this is one of the things we need to do more of. Civic participation is very important to me. I am a resident first of the city of Compton. I was born and raised here, went to local schools, graduated from Compton High School in class of 1999. Attended college at Cal State Long Beach. Have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree. 15 years of local government experience here, including 7 here in the city of Compton. I'm running for city treasurer to immediately stop the divestment of resources in our neighborhoods. Over the last several years, what we've seen is increase of politics, an increase of talk about doing things in the community. And what the residents have actually realized is a reduction in services. I'm running for city treasurer because I feel like I am the only candidate in the race that's most qualified on day one to immediately restructure the city's cash holdings, to improve our interest revenues, increase transparency through quarterly reporting, and to improve accessibility of reducing e-bills for the water payments. I'm committed to the residents because I am a resident. I bought 2 properties here in the city of Compton. My property taxes are currently over $8,000 a year. I understand the importance of securing the tax dollars. I believe that the city charter includes a component for the city treasurer to stop payments that he feels or she feels are not good investments to the city. And so that's my commitment to the residents.
Thank you. Let's begin the process. Um, Question number 1, I'd like to address to the sitting treasurer with regards to familiarity. Can you share with us your familiarity with the California laws and our government codes that govern the handling of the city money and trust funds? And if you will, you can name a few if you care to.
Repeat again. You were phased out just a little bit.
Are you familiar with the California laws and our government codes that govern the handling of city monies and trust funds? And if you will, name a few.
Okay. Of course, we have our city charter that we follow. And most people don't understand that in the state of California, there's roughly about 100 and I think 20 charter cities and maybe about 400 or 500 general law cities. So mostly the laws that affect the treasury usually affect those cities that are in general law cities. However, under the government code, I would say probably section 5300 to 538900, you're looking at about 800 different codes. But one of the ones that you might want to take interest into is the contractual deposit agreement that you usually have with the banks. And that what that does is tell you how your how a bank goes about securing the bank balances that you have with that particular institution by taking surplus capital and investing into different type of government regulated type investments. those are set aside into a administrator through a trustee, and it's held by a state administrator just in case if that bank institution was to fail. Because under the Dodd-Frank Act of 2010, they raised the limit on bank limitations to 250,000. Well, that doesn't do any good for the city of Compton because we have millions of dollars that are flowing through the bank on an average basis. So they'll take that amount of money and set it aside and put it in a separate trustee bank held by a administrator of the state of California that oversees contractual collateral deposit agreements with municipalities.
Thank you very much. Candidate Zarita, would you like to elaborate and answer the same question?
Sure, thank you. We're governed by Government Code 53600 and the city's investment policy, as well as state and federal laws governing municipal funding. The types of accounts that we can invest in are CDs, money market, collateral money, interest-bearing accounts, collateral CDs, money market. And there are some laws that govern how our money can be invested. And for investments over $250,000, they have to be guaranteed at 110%. So I couldn't just come into the office and determine that I want to invest in specific accounts, or I pick investments that I choose. All of them are governed by these state and federal laws, as well as the city's investment policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Candidate Mims, would you like to add to it by answering the same question?
Can you hear him? I can't hear him.
I believe you're muted, Mr.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So yes, we're governed by 53600, and so as other candidates have mentioned, with respect to the types of instruments that are governed under those codes and the types of investments that the city can make, there's various types of considerations, and so what I would like to do is come in and determine what the city's liquidity needs are over a 6-month period or an immediate duration. And then for funds outside of that, we would be looking at, our typical, investment types, local agency bonds, which are governed under 53601A, state obligation, California local agency bonds, commercial paper. All of these are governed under 53601B, C, D, E. And so like the other candidates have mentioned, there are numbers of codes that would be applicable to guiding the city through this. But what I think would be critical is the treasurer's investment strategy and what their approach is to developing that document with the city council within the guidelines that exist for investment in municipalities. Just like with everything else, there are best practices that are applicable to this field. And so what we want to do is take what we know to be working, best practices in municipalities, combine that with what we're governed by, work with the city council to come up with an investment strategy that will work for the residents.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Candidate Zarita?
Yes.
The city treasurer has 3 central responsibilities: financial responsibility, managerial responsibilities, and public responsibility. Can you describe the responsibility of each component, please?
Yes. The city treasurer's duties, as spelled out in the city charter, are to receive and have custody of all funds, to deposit all funds in accordance with the investment policy and state and federal laws governing municipal funding, to disperse payments as audited, that have been audited. Someone spoke about the treasurer having the ability to not pay a payment. Well, if it's not properly audited and recorded, then they should not pay those monies. They're responsible for doing a monthly report, accountable to the citizens of the city of Compton, which should include all funds that are received, all disbursements, all investments. And those investment reports should include what type of investment it was, who issued it, the date of maturity, and the amount. As far as customer service is concerned, the treasurer's duty should be to oversee the staff in the treasurer's office. And that means to be there on a daily basis to oversee the operation, cash handling, to do a daily sampling of audits to ensure accounts are secure. And you said one more. I remember the duties, customer service. Was there one more? Well, I think I answered that.
Okay. Let me move to candidate Sanders. Would you like to elaborate or talk further with regards to that same question?
If you don't mind, would you repeat the question again, please?
I don't mind. The city treasurer has three essential responsibilities: financial responsibilities, managerial responsibilities, and public responsibilities. Describe the responsibility of each component.
Okay. Let's start off with the public responsibility. First and foremost, as being an elected official, I consider staff as an extension of me. So therefore, I want to make sure that I have the best trained staff when I go about hiring them. And one of the things that I've always told my staff over the many of years is that since you are an extension of me, that you have to give good customer service whenever people come to the front window, because usually when people come to pay, if they have a problem, a lot of times it's not the treasurer, it's some other department that they may have a problem with, but you still have to treat them with the same type of respect and understanding. Managing the office is one of the things that I often do over the last 28 years. Collectively with my other deputy treasurers, we go through different type of meetings that we may have, and other different type of meetings we may have with the city manager and the city controller. The financial is each day that you want to gather up all your information from the day's activities and go over the reports as they go about making their bank deposits with the card service that we usually do on a daily basis. What I usually tend to do at the beginning of the next day, I look over the different type of receipts that come in, as well as look at see what type of transactions that's gone through the different accounts that we have in the city of Compton.
Thank you. Brother Brandon, would you elaborate on the same question, please?
Yeah, the financial responsibility that the city treasurer has is to accurately account for and to deposit the monies that are received. Uh, as that relates to what's happening in our city treasurer's office, we know that there have been failures in that area. The management of the office and the staff being an extension of an elected official perhaps is a philosophy that we could discuss, but I think the civil service guides what the staff do in those offices. And to the extent that they're an extension of anything, I think that they should be adhering to their job specifications. I think that the essential responsibility that the treasurer has is to the public, and that's why that position is elected. Once decisions are made about how the investment strategy is going to be implemented and expenditures are authorized, the city treasurer's office is the last stop that the residents have to make sure that expenditures are on target for what the city's investment goals are. If we continue to have a city treasurer's office that rubber stamps any and every payment that comes out of the city controller's office and then turns around and says, well, the controller's office sent it to me, so then I should pay it, then we're never going to effectively achieve our goals, and we're definitely not going to get out of deficit. If we had been only releasing monies after they have been properly audited, then we know that we would not be in this current situation. So the public responsibility that the city treasurer has is to be a watchdog in City Hall and to ensure that the public funds are protected.
Thank you. Next question. Candidate Sanders. The general public is still somewhat alarmed over the $3 million walking out of the treasurer's office daily in a backpack. Specify what you believe can be done to improve the treasurer's office image with the public.
Okay, first and foremost, after that incident, and there's my the other candidate that's running against him, Mr. Mims, is saying that he's the only candidate that discovered this, which is not true. Um, I've already put in policies. There was an audit. I mean, there was a report given back by the state controller's chief auditor, Mr. Brownfield. And in that report, there's about 9 pages of policies and procedures that we put in place. Part of that was putting not having any backpacks up around inside the area where the cashiers are. And also we installed cameras. The other thing, we're waiting for the city manager to bring back um, having some lockers to be put back in. I've requested that almost a year ago and haven't got them in yet. But that's what we're requesting for, some lockers. Although I would like to comment on the last thing Mr. Mims said, there was an instance in, I want to say, uh, about maybe 2004, where the city was trying to, well, they were trying to sell their land over here where we have the town center. And part of that deal was $3 million and $500,000 pre-development loan. I refused to sign that pre-development loan. And eventually the developer ended up, well, I had some help also from the former city attorney, Mr. Clegg, and also from Charles Davis. They took us to court on that. And we eventually won that case because I did not sign that $500,000 pre-development loan. And I'll come back and give you some insight behind what else happened behind that.
Thank you. Candidate Zarita, would you elaborate on the same question, please?
Okay, I would work to install technological systems that will help us to keep track of what funds we have on hand and how they're being invested. I want to install merchant systems throughout city facilities. So that way, if someone needs to pay for a permit over at the fire department, they don't have to pay with cash, or they don't have to walk across the street to City Hall to use a credit card. In city facilities, to rent facilities, you either have to pay cash or go to City Hall to pay. So I would encourage the use of debit and credit cards. So that way we have less piles of money around for people to steal. They're basic systems. Cameras may be installed in the treasurer's office, but I would install other security systems. I've said I wouldn't allow people to bring in personal bags. All of these things, and just enhancing customer service, customers' experience coming in to pay will help to restore the confidence of citizens, and giving a monthly report at a council meeting so that they know what our investments are, what kind of footing, financial footing the city is on, and just knowing that they can contact my office and ask questions and get answers, because I'll be in the office on a daily basis, ensuring that it runs as it should be running, and ensuring that all of our accounts are secure, and ensuring that cash handling is being done according to our policies.
Thank you. Candidate Mims, will you address the same question?
Sure. I think the ways that we improve the the reputation of the city treasurer's office to the residents is clear. We elect a new city treasurer. I think we need to have new blood in the city treasurer's office that is willing to actually implement technology that will move the office processes forward, to make it more convenient for residents to interact, to pay their bills, to make it more convenient for business owners to do business with City Hall. And then ultimately, I think to make inter-office, and interdepartmental relations inside City Hall better. When I was the deputy city controller, one of the things that I noticed in discovering the theft was that cash receipts between the city treasurer's office and the city controller's office didn't match. I think if the city treasurer office over his 28 years had been more involved in the receipt of those and tracking those documents and interfacing with the city controller's office, then perhaps that theft could have been caught before I arrived in City Hall. I think that, as we look forward, to what we can expect from a new city treasurer, I think quarterly reporting of all fund balancing, of all cash balances in a manner that residents can actually understand. I think that those reports should be translated into Spanish and they should be widely publicized to the residents. I think the city treasurer should be making an effort to work in the community with nonprofit agencies and other agencies that educate the residents about what the role of the city treasurer's office is and how they can get engaged in setting that investment plan for the future.
Thank you. Thank you. Candidate Zarita, what are the primary functions of the treasurer's office? Does it provide a vital check and balance function on spending? And what is that function? Be specific to your answers of the check and the balance functions, please.
Okay, first, clearly defined in the city charter to receive and have custody of all funds, to disperse funds that have been properly audited, to I'm sorry, prepare a monthly report to the citizens. And let's talk about the checks and balances. The way to do checks and balances is to have dual custody, to have joint approvals. No one person can approve anything. I think that we should have account alerts on our accounts that send an alert when certain things transpire, like money wires, or if large funds are being withdrawn. So that way we know that we can make those checks and balances. I talked about dual approvals and separation of duties. Those are the things that we could do in that office to ensure our money is secure, as well as doing a sampling of daily audits at the end of each day, ensuring that there are daily reconciliations, as well as not just in the department, but working closely with the controller's office to ensure that there are daily reconciliations and that they match. If we take those kind of measures, there's no way large amounts of money will ever be stolen from that department again. Thank you.
Thank you. Candidate Mims, would you elaborate on the same question, please?
Sure. Okay. So, as I understand the question, there's the budgeting function, there's the accounting function, and then the treasury function as relates to cash and liquidity and what the city can actually afford to do over the short term on cash balances. So, the role as a check and balance, then, as in the financial context of it, would be that the city treasurer would not release a check that there was not funding to cover in the bank. And so then, of course, once we start talking about banking operations and how to make those more secure, then we can talk about, positive pay, dual custody, separation, all that. But before you get to that step, the role that the city treasurer plays as a checks and balance is to make sure that funding for that actual that warrant is actually available in a bank, and that the funds that it is written on are actually there and available in a bank. And so that's why it's critical that the city treasurer have a good understanding of municipal finance and be able to adequately audit documents that are coming to the office from various funds to know that those payments are appropriately made and should be released.
Thank you. Candidate Sanders, will you elaborate, please?
Yes. First and foremost, the city has its own budget officer that tracks the spending that goes on in the city. Okay. Inherent in our city charter is the checks and balances. It goes from the controller's office to the city manager's office. And then when it comes down to the city treasurer's office, there's more than just having bank balances and making sure, because that's part of the charter said that you have to have a warrant and you have to have money to back it. But there's a little I's and T's that have to be crossed also there too. There's a number of checks I've sent back to the controller's office or to the department because they didn't fulfill some of the city charter's requirements. So a lot of times that stuff gets sent back. And the positive pay and stuff, we've had that been going on for the last 20 years. All the security stuff is in there. The dual signing of checks is in our city charter. But one thing I would get back at Mr. Mims when he was talking about the administrator of the city city treasurer. This is from the analysis from the state controller. We found the city administrative internal control and control deficiency to be serious, pervasive, and efforts to control were virtually non-existent. We found weakness in the city administrator, that's Mr. Mims, the city controller's office, and internal accounting controls, resulting in finding that the city should address and correct. We also found lack of oversight by the city council over the city financials and operation problems. You know, when Mr. Mills talked about stuff in the treasurer's office, in the controller's office is very bad. And they said that the city's administrative and internal accounting controls deficiency to be serious and pervasive. This is all under Mr. Mills' watch as being the deputy city controller in the city of Compton. And this is why we're in problems right now.
Okay. Let me direct this question to candidate Mims. The city treasurer is responsible for overseeing extension of credit, arranging for debt financing and forecasting cash flow through their understanding of investments, and bank account management as well. What experience do you have in debt financing and investment?
Sure. So, as part of my experience with the city of Compton, I was a community development specialist. And that position, you work with the federal grants, managing various types of loans from home loans to loans for affordable housing. So, did that also worked as a project manager on vertical construction projects. So, I did the Wilson Skate Park project. Uh, Contrary to the treasurer's statements, I was actually only the deputy city controller in the city for 1 year. So I guess for those other 27 years, had I been there, then I would have been doing the city treasurer's job and monitoring those cash receipts. But I only have that 1 year to do that, Mr. Treasurer. Um, Outside of the city of Compton, I've worked in the city of San Bernardino, redevelopment, working on the dissolution of redevelopment. That was a $525 million redevelopment agency. Also came back to the city, worked on the dissolution of the successor agency as the deputy city controller. So I have over 15 years actually of experience managing public grants funds. In addition to just budgeting experience, also managing financing deals for housing projects and other types of development.
Thank you. Candidate Zarita, will you ask the same question, please?
Yes, I have 16 years of
public agency financial experience. I mentioned that I helped to turn around the finances at the Compton Unified School District. And in that role, I have helped to make selections on financial deals with the Bank of Canada to finance bonds that we have, revenue bonds or bonds for our Compton High School project. So I'm managing those bonds. I'm also have been a senior administrative analyst in the city for 22 years, where I work to help develop and manage budgets. As far as credit is concerned, I run my own business and I manage credit there, as well as debt, and I manage my bank accounts. But I do have, as I said, 16 years of municipal agency experience, turning around the Compton Unified School District. And I want to bring that experience and work with the city administrators, the state controller, the controller in the controller, whoever she is. I can't say her name. I can't quote her name now, but to ensure that all of the departments connect and we ensure that the investments and the disbursements are all in accordance with city policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Candidate Sanders, same question.
Yes, I'm going to ask you to, would you repeat the question one more time, please?
I can. The city treasurer is responsible for overseeing extension of credit, arranging for debt financing, and forecasting cash flow through their understanding of investment and bank account management. What experience do you have in debt financing and investments?
Okay, the primary person that's responsible for the debt financing is the city controller because they're the chief financial officer of the city. However, the treasurer will assist them in if turning in some of their investment reports. Now, over the last 28 years, I may have involved myself with probably about 300 to maybe 400,000 in refinancing and of first-time offerings of bonds. We're doing one right now. We're doing a $35 million bond deal with the Measure R, Measure M, and Prop C money. And primary, once the debt is done, your primary responsibility is to manage the proceeds from those funds in different type of liquid investments. So whenever the city needs to expend that money, then they'll have it available to use whatever purpose that the bonds are there for. As far as the cash, that's usually on demand. And that's one reason why you want to have an investment that's liquid enough to meet the demand for whatever purpose that they're using the money for. But the primary person who does the bond financing is going to come through the city manager's office and the city, I'm sorry, the city manager, the city controller's office, with the city treasurer assisting in them in any way possible.
Thank you very much. I want to redirect another question to you, Candidate Sanders.
Yes, sir.
A city treasurer is responsible for managing the financial affairs and ensuring the city adheres to all legal accounting and practices. What training or experience do you have in the adhering of the legal practices of the treasurer's office?
If I'm understanding, you're saying that the treasurer is responsible for the legal accounting of the city?
City treasurer is responsible for managing the financial affairs and ensuring ensuring the city adheres to all legal accounting practices. What training or experience do you have in adhering of the legal practices of the treasurer's office?
Under the city charter, that wouldn't fall under this under the city treasurer. That's something that falls adherently to the city controller's office. The city treasurer has specific spelled out scope of duties and functions that he must pertain to. The only thing as far as accounting, there are several different issues that GASB may put out, which stands for the Government Accounting Standard Board, on how he goes about accounting certain investments. For example, in 2016, the Security Exchange changed the rules on, I think it was Rule 2A7, on how you account for money market mutual funds. Now they have a floating net asset value versus a net present value where you have a dollar in and a dollar out. But now it's rolling. So therefore, under GASB 72, you have to account, let's say, for instance, you buy at 90 cents and it goes down to 80%, you have to account for that 10-cent loss. However, that 10-cent loss is non-realized until you liquidate the asset, then it's not really a loss, but you still have to book it. However, under that GASB ruling, there's only one that keeps its net value at $1, and that's usually any government treasury money market funds keep a net asset value at $1.
Okay, thank you very much. Candidate Zarita, do you have a view on that?
I can answer yes. I have experience in a municipal agency, public agency, the Compton Unified School District, where we have to follow procedures and state, federal, California Department of Education codes and laws, as well as work within the legal confines of those agencies that govern. As far as specific to city treasurer, I'm prepared to go to the League of California Cities to become a member of the California Treasurers Association, the National Treasurers Association, and I commit to being fully trained and knowledgeable through memberships with these agencies, as well as learning best practices from other treasurers in surrounding cities. So I'm looking forward to the challenge. It's definitely going to be a challenge, and I'm up to it, and I'm really looking forward to making advancements that benefit and make it much easier for citizens and business to do business with the city of Compton.
Thank you. Candidate Mims, same question.
So as I understand the question, it's the financial and accounting responsibility that the city treasurer has to the city. And I think my perspective is perfectly aligned with this. I think that the city treasurer should have some experience and some financial background, some accounting experience and some financial background, because the financial responsibility and the custodial responsibility that the city treasurer has, as outlined in the city charter, would require someone who could determine what should or should not be done with certain types of funds coming into the city. So yes, obviously, there is some accounting responsibility, and accounting is accounting for the funds that are coming through the city treasurer's office and being posted into the financial system by cashiers that are an extension, apparently, of the city treasurer. So as those functions are happening, those are being posted into a finance system. So that system is used to account for the revenue funds. The revenue is posted to revenue codes. So yes, the city treasurer has an obvious responsibility to be versed in the city's finance system, to be aware of which revenue codes are attributed to what types of revenues, and how all of that aggregates on a daily basis to make up the city's revenue. I think that that's obvious, and any candidate running for city treasurer should understand that.
Thank you, Candidate Mims. I also would like to direct my next question to you as well, Candidate Mims. What techniques should be used when analyzing risk and advising on investment opportunities?
So for risk, especially in the city's case, we're looking at how many days we're going to be in this investment type, what the potential investment return is for that period of length. And then essentially there are just certain types of investment strategies that cities would engage in. A lot of the city's money is thrown into LAIF, which is a pretty simplistic way of approaching investment for a city. There are lots of other opportunities, 5-year opportunities, even other sorts of short time notes that the city could that the city could get involved in. So I believe that as city treasurer, I would like to take a more progressive approach to reaching the city's investments goals that again would engage the city council and engage the residents, but definitely with the goal of producing a higher yield for the city on a long-term basis.
Thank you. Candidate Sanders, what are your feelings concerning the same question?
Well, there's all type of risks out there. There's interest rate risk. There's uh, political risk. But the number one job of the treasurer is not so much earning return on the investment, it's protecting principal, safety, liquidity, then you look at return. And primary that you have to have a liquidity is whenever that you need to meet the city's objective of making its payments, its liability payments, its bond debt payments. Those funds have to be available. But here's the thing, unless the city has some type of a plan that coincides with your investment policy, for example, if there's any type of a project that's going on in public works, they need to spell out to me how they're going to go about needing certain cash at certain particular times. If you have that information in advance, then you can determine how you can go about investing those proceeds, if necessary, to meet uh, the time that they need to pay for those certain expenses when they come due. But primary objective is to protect the principal at all times. It's a matter of state law. They call it the prudent person rule.
Okay. Same question, candidate Zarita?
Well, risk, we recently took a major risk by uh, doing more bonds without a credit rating. And in order to make prudent investments, you have to have at least an A- credit rating, which is technically the worst. But you know that when you have that kind of credit rating, you're going to take major risk, and your interest fees are going to be exorbitant. So there are many risks that are currently being taken in the city of Compton, and I want to ensure that our monies are invested in secure, high yield accounts. And we talk about the investments, there are certain criteria that we should meet to make those investments. And that's to make sure that we have enough operating capital when we do make these investments. So the term on our investments is critical. The return on investments is critical. The amount and the types are critical. So we take a lot of risk, and I think that we should work to ensure that we have audits and great credit ratings, so that way our returns on our investments are much greater than they are now, especially when doing bonds.
Thank you. Next question, candidate Zarita. Are you familiar with the investment policies of the city treasurer's office? And what are those policies? Do you have any plans to change the investment policies for any other investment pools which you would oversee? And if so, why or why not?
Well, I'm familiar with the policies, and I'm familiar with the city charter that mandates how monies can be invested in the city of Compton. And there are only specific accounts that can be invested in, which are CDs, bonds, money markets, commercial paper, interest bearing accounts, local government investment pools, collateral CDs, and those types of things. So in order to make investments, they have to be in line with the city's investment policy, as well as local, state, and federal laws that govern municipal agency funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Candidate Sanders, will you elaborate on the same question?
Repeat that again.
Sure. Are you familiar with the investment policies of the city treasurer's office?
Sure. Okay. Yes, I am. And basically, the policies are pretty much uh, recommended by the California Municipal Treasurers Association. They give some of the template, you can change it a little bit and add a little bit more to it. But primary, your investment policy is like giving you the rules of the game. And you have to have a plan on what you're going to go about playing in those rules. Those uh, um, policies are set for so that the public can see what the state requires or gives you the limitations on investing public money. Um, and then once you have a plan, then your portfolio is almost the objective that you're trying to receive or trying to get to as you go about trying to get a return on the investment. The one thing I did want to come back to one question that Mr. Mims said about the 28 years from being in. The state auditor also said during the time of his tenure, since he only been here 1 year, as they completed their audit on November 29, 2017, the city failed to complete bank reconciliation for a period of July 1st, 2014 through June 30th, 2017. Bank reconciliations are effective to detect mistakes, errors, and embezzlement if they prepare in a timely manner and receive in detail and approved by a second person. The bank reconciliation associated with regular monitoring by city's cash flow and assurance accuracy in a timely manner. So Mr. Mims, during his period of time, wasn't doing any bank reconciliation as far as the state auditor says.
Let
He
me
was still
interject.
here.
Let me interject with regards to the policy itself. Do you have any plans to change investment policies for any of the investment pools which you would ultimately oversee?
If and when the Federal Reserve up interest rates, right now interest rate is at zero.
Okay. Candidate Mims, would you address that same issue?
So yeah, I'm familiar with the city's investment strategy or policy or lack thereof. I think that that's exactly why we need to replace the city treasurer. I think that the city treasurer can sit back and say that a plan should come forward and that I will sit and wait for one and not take more of an active role in the development or, the planning of that strategy is exactly why we have seen divestment in our in our neighborhoods, divestment of resources in our neighborhoods. Um, the city treasurer is correct. I did not sign reconciliations because they included the $4 million of deposits in transit of cash that left his office. Um, I just want to remind everyone that the primary job that the city treasurer failed at is protecting our cash. And if you can't do that after 28 years, then you don't deserve another 4 years. Uh, there's no, that's very clear. And you can read whatever you like, but the reality is no one who is competent would sign bank reconciliations that include $4.2 million of theft. And that existed while you were city treasurer is a failure to the residents.
Thank you. Candidate Mims again. How would you ensure complex financial information is communicated effectively and understood by the managers you work with?
So we need to do exactly what is not happening now. At the last council meeting, the city treasurer fumbled through a presentation about excess cash that the city received and essentially said he had no plan and that he would be getting with the city controller probably to bring forward her plan for how to utilize and invest that cash. What the city treasurer should be doing is taking a proactive role in communicating what his strategy is for investing the city's funds, presenting that information at town halls, working with block clubs to ensure that his vision is tied into the resident's vision and that they understand what his role is as the primary investment banker for the city. So as the city treasurer, what I would do is just that. We're gonna have monthly town halls. We can do them by Zoom, we can do them in person, where we communicate about the city's investments, where we talk about what it means to have a cash balance that is potentially negative. And we're gonna put out publications and reports, and we're going to adhere to the best practices of the field that say that we should be providing quarterly reports on our interest, on our revenues. So I think once I am city treasurer, the residents will realize an increased flow of information from the city treasurer's office about their investments. Because again, you're just a custodian as a city treasurer of the public's funds. It's not your personal money. It is the public's funds.
Thank you. Candidate Sanders, would you like to address that same issue?
Absolutely. I don't know where Mr. Nance was listening on the council meeting. I never said that the city controller was going to tell me what to do. No city controller has. They've given me some advice, but I've always made the choices on what investment. I said I would bring back to the council another form of investment in something called Cal Trust. And plus, I've been doing this for 28 years. And a lot of time, people who talk this progressive stuff, they end up getting you in trouble. If it ain't broke, you don't have to try to fix it. The thing is safety. That's the number one goal, is to protect the people's money with safety. Not trying to make a big deliberate type of big return, but having money available for people to use because it's their money, not mine. And the best that I can possibly do is always to make sure that it's being protected at all times, the best way I can possible.
Thank you. Candidate Zarita, will you address the same question?
Yes, I've already committed to doing a monthly report, and I've also committed to working with the controller and other administrators in the city of Compton to ensure that we make prudent investments that are secure and yield high returns. So that way we do have more liquidity and more funds on hand. It's imperative that we make investments that are safe, as well as protect any monies that are in the city treasurer's custody. Money that walked out of the door could have been used to make even further investments. It could have been used to repair streets. It could have been used to keep 40 or plus more employees from being laid off. So it's critical that we have an investment strategy, but I think that I would incorporate the controller and other administrators and financial analysts and advisors, so that way I could ensure that we had maximum yield in safe investments.
Thank you very much. Candidate Zarita, I'd like to give you the following question as well. Most people don't understand the job of the city treasurer, what the responsibilities of the job is or are. What extra things does your office do, and or would you like to see the office do?
Well, as spelled out in the city charter, the duties are clearly defined. However, the charter was written in 1988 and revised, it looks like, in 2012. So there's a lot of room for improvements. But receive and have custody of all cash, disperse all monies on demand after being accounted for. With the backup information to ensure that it is a payment that should be happening. Deposit all monies in interest-bearing accounts, and to prepare the monthly report. There are other things that I'd like to do to ensure, which are safeguards, like the cameras, policies that don't allow backpacks or purses. I've said that in department stores, banks, people carry and clear packages so that way you know that money is not walking out of the door. I'd like to install merchant systems that make it convenient for citizens to do business, as well as help us to not have as much cash. In a office where millions of dollars walked out, I think it's critical that we encourage the use of credit and debit cards as opposed to lots of large amounts of cash. You know, some people only want to pay with cash, but you have a large community here that would like to pay with debit and credit cards. So I'd like to install those systems to make business convenient for citizens and businesses.
Thank you. Candidate Sanders, would you like to answer also? Same question?
Yes. Uh, Go ahead and repeat that again, please.
Sure. Most people don't understand the job of the city treasurer. What are the job
Hmm.
responsibilities? What extra things does your office do and or would like to see the office do?
Well, again, as it was stated, we have our responsibilities spelled out in the charter, but there's more other things that require us to do. There's inherent in a lot of federal laws and federal guidance, either through GASB or some security announcements through the Security Exchange Commission, that you have to be mindful of. One of the things that for me going forward is working to get the city out of the mess that previous deputy controllers and deputy and city controllers had left the city. Working with our new current city controller, we finally, for the first time in 5 years, are able to get a audited financial statement. But if people go on the state controller or state auditors list, it has the city of Compton, and this is shameful, that the city of Compton is at a high risk, number one in the state of California. And if you hit the icon on there, it says on there, due to the fact that the city has never in over 5 years filed for any financial statements. So one of the things that I want to make sure that I'm able to work, and the lady is doing well in our current city controller, is to make sure we get the city off of that list. We're probably going to be on it for a while because we are turning in our financial statement, audited financial statement. I know the state auditor has asked for certain information through her from my office. And so I want to make sure that we're in compliance with them at all the times. Other things that can probably help the city treasurer's office is that when we're actually, people were talking about, sending wires out. Well, we have security. No one goes out and just send out any wire. That's not done. It's a process, and only a couple people in my office have the authority to actually send out wires for the city of Compton.
Thank you. Candidate Mims, will you address the same question?
Sure. One of the things that I think that we can expect from the city treasurer's office is that I'll actually come to work and be in the city treasurer's office to work with the staff, actually, to ensure that the office operations are being done appropriately. I think that that's one of the things that's been lacking over the years is the office oversight is that the current city treasurer may or may not be in the office. And so when we talk about cash walking out of the office, um, as the actual department head of that department, what I would like to see the city treasurer do is be there to actually, balance out the cash register sometime to ensure that folks are doing the dual sign off and to ensure that the actual cash that is accounted for is the cash that goes to the bank. So I've committed to the residents as city treasurer to actually be in the office, to actually come to work, and to attend the council meetings more than just when it's election time. I think some of the things that the city treasurer is reading may be the first time that he's read these things, and so they may seem groundbreaking to him. But for those of us who have worked actually in the city and completed projects in the city, we are aware of the systemic financial issues that the city has. And anyone who has worked for any length of time, not to mention 28 years, but any length of time, is aware of the systemic issues that the city has and how those issues have developed over time. So I would like the city treasurer to play a role in actually resolving the city's financial issues and actually putting the city in a better financial position.
Thank you. Candidate Zarita,
Yeah.
the city treasurer and the city controller work together. Can you explain the laws that governs the two positions?
Well, Government Code 536 governs the city treasurer's duties. The controller's duties, I'm sure, are governed by a government code as well. However, the two need to work together, the two offices, in order to ensure that there are reconciliations, not just daily cash reconciliations, but reconciliations that are covered across all of the accounts for the city. So it's critical that the two work together. It's critical that we all take responsibility for our offices and ensure that they are coordinating together to ensure that all funds are audited in accordance with the laws. Thank you.
Thank you. Candidate Sanders, will you respond to the same?
Sure. The treasurer and the controller's office does work hand in hand because of the fact that when the collection of money, it starts at the treasurer's office. It can be from payments sent through the mail, um, cash in our deposits. One of the things that the controller gives to the treasurer is the account numbers that we must input into the cashiering system. The city treasurer doesn't develop those. That comes from the accounting department or the city controller's office. And once they give us those numbers to input into the system, then it goes into the general ledger assessment or general ledger accounting system. And a lot of times when you most people don't understand when you turn in your investment report, that also too has to be reconciled on a monthly basis with the city controller's office. So it's important to get that in early enough also so that they can get it in time to complete their monthly bank reconciliation statements. One of the things that I did some years ago is that after the Orange County bankruptcy, there wasn't a lot of, as far as documentation coming from the city controller's office. So I stressed to the controller that before, even though I have the authority to move money, I'd rather for you to give me the actual order to move it. So this way you can have a smooth and you can leave an audit trail. A lot of that stuff wasn't being done before time, maybe about 10 or 15 years ago.
Okay, thank you. Candidate Mims, would you respond to the same?
So the city controller, as the city treasurer has elaborated, is the chief financial officer of the city. Is a professional staff person that works at the direction of the city manager. The position is recruited through the civil service process, and so it enjoys some protection through that process. So, you know, there's a process for the council to terminate that position if they choose to do so, which is different than the city manager, which is a contractual relationship. The city treasurer is different. The city treasurer is elected by the people and reports to the people, and as such, should have some responsibility, I believe, to the people to protect the cash in the city, as detailed in the charter. Uh, we've gone through this, and I think that, you know, my perspective on it is that the city treasurer is not like the city controller. The city treasurer, again, is the last stop that the residents have for payments that are coming out of City Hall. And if the city treasurer is lax, is not at work, is not paying attention, or has not engaged the city council or residents in any investment strategy, then yeah, we can have lots of dollars going out of City Hall that are not on any type of priority, that, you know, are just going out of City Hall for no purpose that is vested in improving the quality of life for residents. So the city controller, again, is responsible for accounting, a professional staff person. The city treasurer should uphold themselves to some higher standard for the residents to protect the public funds.
Thank you. Candidate Sanders? It's been said that the city does not have a credit rating, partially due to bank statements not being reconciled for over 6 years. Whose responsibility is it to reconcile bank statements?
Um, First and foremost, that responsibility is on that comes from management as well as the city controller's office. Under the audit finding number 15, from 2013 to 2014, the city didn't have any financial statements for 35 months. From 2014 to 2015, 23 months. From 2015 to 2016, 11 months. And there haven't been any single audits. And you can't get those accounting information unless they come from the city controller's office. So the responsibility to getting the credit rating, because when you have a financial statement, it's stating what the city and what's its worth. If you can use a simple analogy, back in an old accounting principle, assets minus liability equals net worth, but we don't have net worth in a public entity. One of the things that I've been working with our current city controller is to get back the city's credit rating. Right now, we are going out and getting bonds because of the fact that we're using the independent cities collaborative of cities. It's helped easing us out. But over the last 5 years of the past controllers and deputy controllers, they failed the city. And we haven't able been going out to get a credit rating. And it's destroyed. And actually, we're almost in technical default because of the fact that we haven't had any audited financial statements over the last 5 years. So we're on our way. We're approving. We got sound people that are working in the city controller's office, and I enjoy working with our current city controller. Only thing we can do is look forward.
Thank you. Let me come back to candidate Mims. Will you address that same issue?
I'm sorry, what was the actual question?
The city does not have a credit rating, partially due to bank statements not being reconciled for over 6 years. Whose responsibility is it to reconcile bank statements?
The city controller. And as I mentioned, when I was in the city controller's office, the internal auditor at that time brought to me the city's general checking account bank reconciliation. And for you accountants out there, that is a massive bank reconciliation for an accountant to tackle. But the deposits in transit for that account were over $4 million. And deposits in transits are transactions that aren't clearing. They aren't clearing in a 30-day period. So yes, Mr. Treasurer, what you're reading is correct. Had you paid attention before, you would have seen this. When I got there and paid attention to it, all I could do is bring it to your attention that yes, we had $4.2 million of deposits in transit that were not reconciling. And that $4.2 million was the cash that was stolen from your office. So I have no doubt that if I hadn't paid attention to that bank reconciliation, the city would be chugging along, perhaps with Sal still stealing money because you weren't doing anything to stop it. I think what we need to do in the city is look forward. I agree with you. I think looking forward to something new, it would be good for the city. Definitely in the city treasurer's office, we need to be looking at something new. So
Thank you. Same question, candidate Zarita.
Thank you. The bank reconciliation should be done by the controller's office. However, the treasurer's office should do daily reconciliations of all revenues received. We don't have a credit rating because we don't have a CAFR, a comprehensive annual financial report. And we don't have that because there not been any internal audits for many years. So the question is, who's responsible for bank reconciliations, and that is the controller's office.
Thank you. Would you like to lead again, candidate Zarita? In your opinion, what is the most important duty of the city treasurer, and how would you carry out that key duty?
I think the most important duty of the treasurer is to protect the taxpayers' dollars. And that's by receiving and having custody, as well as investing in high yield accounts that are safe and secure, and providing great customer service, as well as in accounting to the residents of the city of Compton, so that they know what investments are being made on their behalf. They know what the investments are yielding, who's issuing the investments, and when they're mature. So it's critical that we make sure that we're doing the taxpayers' duties based on the city charter, as well as government code 53600, and internal policies and procedures. Thank you.
Thank you. Candidate Mims, same question.
Um, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. In your opinion, what is the most important duty of the city treasurer, and how would you carry out that key duty?
I think the most critical duty of the city treasurer is to be a watchdog in City Hall for the residents' money. I think that includes attending council meeting so that you can give your opinion on decisions that are being made about expenditures and help guide the purchasing process for the council as an elected member of the city's financial team. I think that that means ensuring that dollars that come into the city treasurer's office make it to the bank. There's no reason why there should be $4.2 million of deposits in transit. The only place that the city takes deposits is in the city treasurer's office. So it's up to the city treasurer to track down those types of discrepancies when they occur. I think that the city treasurer should disperse money efficiently when it is properly audited. And so if that means that there are payments that I don't agree with as city treasurer, I can commit to the residents that I'm not signing. So that means no emergency payments. There's no way that the city is going through the procurement process if the requisition and the purchase order and the check are all cut on the same day. The city treasurer's office should not be releasing checks where the entire procurement process all occurs on one day. That's a simple process that the city treasurer's office can implement that would drastically change the financial processes in the city and force management to plan ahead and adhere to the city's procurement and purchasing guidelines. So these are just some things that are easy to do for an engaged and involved city treasurer who is competent.
Thank you. Candidate Sanders?
Well, first and foremost, I've been the most competent person over the last 28 years of my life, and I take offense to that, someone trying to say that they're not competent. And first and foremost, I take offense to saying that someone doesn't come to work unless you have dead on proof that I don't, then something's wrong. But I've been the watchdog for the city of Compton. I can't tell you there's so many different things that I stopped the city from doing over the years. And just that I'm not a talkative person. Now, Mr. Mims talks he's a pretty good talker. But that $4 million that he's talking about, that all didn't happen all at one time. This was spread out over the years. The auditor says that if they were doing banking reconciliation in the beginning, they could have found this embezzlement within the first 6 or 7 months. So to sit up and say that this is a $4 million and I didn't sign, that could have happened over one period of time, but we're talking over a period of time and not just one moment in time. But that's good. But the thing is that the treasurer's responsibility is not only to safeguard the taxpayer money, but also to tell citizens that if there are some problems that are going on as far as with the city. Now, again, there was a situation where there were some folks who went to jail because I discovered something was wrong. People were double billing, and they ended up going to jail behind that. People were indicted. The deal that we have right now here that built our town center, we went to court and stood up behind it. We ended up selling that property to the developer now for, instead of $3 million, for $15 million, and we sold it for 5 times the amount because we took a stand and not sign that $500,000 to that previous developer, who ended up going to federal prison also too.
Thank you. Candidate Zarita. What are your 3 key priorities for the city treasurer's office?
First priority is to audit all the accounts to ensure that we are receiving maximum yield, as well as ensuring that they're all secure. Next is installing technological advancements in merchant systems that allow credit cards to be received at outside facilities, as well as allowing citizens to pay their water bill over the phone with a credit or debit card. And then third is to ensure that citizens receive the kind of service that they deserve, as well as being accountable to the citizens. So I believe that it's important that we report to citizens exactly where we are financially, where our investments are. So those are my 3 priorities.
Thank you. Candidate Mims, what would be yours?
My 3 priorities for the city treasurer's office are to restructure the city's cash holdings so we can receive more revenue on our interest, definitely increase transparency to the residents by reporting quarterly with a more thorough report on our investment and cash holdings. Improve accessibility for all residents, for businesses through, paperless, touchless, contactless commerce systems. So those would be my 3 priorities for the city treasurer's office.
Thank you. Candidate Sanders.
My first priority is to continue working with the city controller to get the city out of the mess that it's in with our ratings. We're number 1 in the state of California as high risk. And when you have that number 1 rating, you can hardly go out and get insurance, but for sure you can't get any bond rating. So whatever that the city controller needs my help and to help us to get out of the mess that previous folks has put us in, that'll be a wonderful thing. The other thing is that we're constantly, doing some updates. I talked with the city controller about changing even the cashier system, not the cashier, but the whole accounting system. We had a couple of meetings about that because what's wrong with the city is that we got scattered about different type of systems are being used to account for certain things. One department's using this, another department's using that, and we need to have one cohesiveness that speaks on behalf of the city. So that's number 2. And then to continue being credible, honest, and having integrity. I think that's way more important than all the other stuff.
Thank you. Candidate Sanders, the city is experiencing department budget cuts. Please explain how you will improve efficiencies in the treasurer's office with department budget cuts.
Well, that's a real tough one because we are in a pandemic. Everybody's taking some hits throughout the whole city. I have a very small staff. I have 7 people. So when you start cutting folks, then you start cutting the viability of me to do my office job. or to do the treasurer's dot, what it's required to do under the charter. Um, we we've gotten to some technology, but that's not enough. One of the things that the auditor was saying is that you still have to have enough segregation of duties. And when you have less of the people almost doing the exact same thing, that gets into a problem. So we will do whatever the city suggested, but I'm going to fight to try to continue to hold on to the embodiment that I have, because you won't be able to do your function if we, make certain cuts. Though there are some state laws that protect the treasurer in having that, it says that it must be able to complete its function, its statutory duties. So therefore, the city must provide the type of personnel or the money in its budget to do its statutory duties.
Thank you. Candidate Mims, will you answer?
Yeah, yes. So I don't think that increasing efficiency in the city treasurer's office means cutting staff. The city treasurer's office clearly plays a vital role in revenue collection. So, to the extent that the city treasurer's office can have a robust staff or a very motivated staff that has goals and understands what revenue collection and how revenue collection relates to the overall stability of the city and how the stability of cash flow relates to the city's ability to hire employees. I think as you drive that message through a city treasurer's office, we can start focus on revenue driving programs. I think that there's more to do as it relates to efficiency than just cutting staff or looking at how to cut a department, especially in the city treasurer's office. So what I would like to see the city treasurer's office do is engage in those type of benchmarking programs. What are we trying to implement as an efficiency to bring in more revenue for the city, right? We are not just boxed in as the city treasurer's office into simply doing what the auditor told us to do after so many years. I mean, I hope that that's not what we've been doing, is just waiting for documents to come to tell us what to do to innovate in City Hall to create efficiencies. So that's exactly what I think I would do as city treasurer, is bring forward more efficiencies to drive revenue that are targeted at paperless systems, increasing, contactless system for business owners to pay permits, and things that can increase revenue and also efficiency that we can propose to management.
Thank you. Thank you. Candidate Zarita?
Of course, I wouldn't want anyone to lose their job, but under current climate around elected officials in Compton, never lose any staff. There are sacrificial lambs in other departments. But I like to say that what I would like to do is, before talking about cuts in employees, is to talk about concessions and to ensure that we hire qualified people that can take on additional duties when necessary, while observing the dual custody and the dual approval processes, not to usurp those things by having people do more duties, but to continue with those procedures. I'd also like to talk about cost recovery. Additional revenue streams. When we talk about cost recovery in public works, if someone hits a light pole, their insurance company is required to pay the city of Compton. But if you don't have someone who is trying to get that revenue, then the insurance company isn't going to call us and say, we have some money for you for this light pole someone destroyed. As well as with the fire department, when they go out on calls and use equipment or materials, we should be able to recover those costs. So I think we need to be creative in how we can generate additional revenues for the city of Compton.
Thank you. While you have the floor, let me ask you the following, candidate Zarita. What changes would you implement in the city treasurer's office?
Um, I would install new technology, so that way people can pay their water bill over the phone or with a credit or debit card. I would try to implement policies that would allow business owners to pay for their business licenses and other types of facility rentals and those kind of things with a credit card or debit card over the phone. The policy to not allow people to bring in purses or bags. Policies to generate revenue, as I mentioned before, and the merchant systems. I'd like to lower the fees that people have to pay to use a credit or debit card when they pay a bill or when they pay for a ticket or anything with a credit or debit card at the city treasurer's office. There is something else. If you go to look for a check at the treasurer's office, it's in a bin and nobody can tell you whether that check has left the office or if it's checked into the office. And that bin is transferred over to the clerk's office. And nobody can tell you in the clerk's office whether the check has been mailed or not. So I'd like to develop a tracking system that can specifically tell you when checks are entered the treasurer's office as well as when they leave the treasurer's office, in addition to people just signing out a check at the counter. And those are some things that I'd like to see changed immediately.
Thank you. Candidate Mims, how would you answer that question?
So I would eliminate releasing checks at all that don't go out by mail. So I, as the deputy city controller, was not happy with that policy and made moves to try and change it then. But that whole policy of releasing checks by sign out to whomever can come and sign it. Sometimes it's the vendor signing, sometimes it's a liaison signing for a check, sometimes it's some other staff member signing for a check. Those are the types of controls that aren't controlled by the city controller, right? That happens in the city treasurer's office. So if the city treasurer would like to implement a policy to actually, control checks better, that's one thing that we could immediately eliminate is signing out of all those checks. I've always wondered why the city treasurer's office couldn't have some office hours on Friday for folks who need to make their payments on Friday, even a minimum day. Just some availability of a cashier to take those payments since there's limited other ways to take those payments. And then of course, like board member Zarita mentioned, I would definitely look at ways for us to go paperless and look at some e-commerce systems. I think it's far time for the city to move past the urban legend that there's a certain group of people that just must always pay in cash. I think that there's an opportunity for us in that area to improve efficiencies by implementing some systems that would take payments, by credit card, over the phone, and by internet.
Thank you very much. Candidate Sanders, how would you address that same concern?
Repeat that question again for me, please.
What changes would you implement in the city treasurer's office?
Okay. Um, some of the things that the candidates talk about, the auditor dinged the city about that. So all checks go out through the treasurer's office. There's no person can come in and sign out for checks anymore. Um, the city has always done payments over the phone, except that it's up to the departments. The treasurer doesn't control it. The only thing that the treasurer needs to know is what portal to use in order to get those phone payments in. One of the things, and this is going back 5 years, pretty much like over in the building and safety and public works, the former director of that, we set up a system set up for that people can actually go in there and pay without coming through the treasurer's office. It's just that getting certain people qualified to do the work. You can have any type of system you want to, but if people are not qualified to do the work and get the job done, that system has been in place for 5 years, and I'm still waiting what they're going to do. It's the same thing in other departments. Again, going back to the one thing, talking to the controller, is to get out of all of these different systems and to have just one. This way, you'd be more united, and we can know what the city is doing when everything is speaking on one voice, not having all these different systems. Because usually they end up costing the city some money also too, and you have these different type of systems there into the city. Uh, the other thing is that I really would like for the city manager because number one, they're part of the problem is that certain council members be asked for certain type of checks, and I wish they would wait and do like everybody else and go through the process. And if they do it on time, then we can get them their needs kind of gets brushed by the mayor and council.
Thank you. Candidate Zarita. The treasurer is responsible for making sure the financial resources are available. What services do you believe should be considered basic and essential for the city? Why? And please be specific.
You went out a little bit. I didn't hear part of the question. Could you repeat it?
I can.
I'm sorry.
The treasurer is responsible for making sure the financial resources are available. What services do you believe should be considered basic and essential for the city, and why? Please be
Okay.
specific.
Basic services are public safety, public works, where streets are repaired, that tree trimming is done on a regular basis, and all these things should be on maintenance schedules. I believe that basic services, like I said, are police and fire to ensure that our residents are safe. And it's critical that we protect our dollars and invest in accounts that can ensure that we can provide those services. I don't think that a lot of social activities or pet projects should take place. They are not basic needs in our community, so I don't consider those basic services. Of course, you want to do some social enhancement projects, but I think money should be raised for those projects. You should have sponsorships. So I believe that the limited resources we have should go on basic services, which include street repair, graffiti removal, and let's see what else, public safety, police and fire. And I also believe that it's essential that we open up our parks and our senior center. So that way we have provide basic services to the people in our community who are most vulnerable. Children that don't have anything to do, it's dangerous. I think that they should have safe places to play and learn and grow, as well as our seniors. They should have facilities where they have access to resources that they may need as well.
Thank you. Candidate Mims, will you address the same question?
Yeah, I think as the city treasurer, I definitely have an understanding of what basic services are. I think my goal though in that role is to be able to stand between a council member and the city controller on a purchase so that we do have money for those public services, right? The city treasurer can't be afraid to stand up to a council person who is demanding a payment same day, because if that becomes the practice of the city, then we will be spending on items that are not priorities rather than our basic services. We want to keep the roads clean. We definitely want to have money for potholes. We'd love to, open the parks. Uh, as these, assets in our community and investing in those things require dollars, the city treasurer has to be there to stand between, frivolous spending and what our actual investment goals are. So the challenge you have, after so many years of still working with council members on getting them to observe the purchasing process, or getting them not to request checks, or that's something that can be stopped immediately. And so I think that is the way that we will focus on public services in the community, is by not having to negotiate with council members on what spending priorities are once they've been adopted collectively.
Thank you. Candidate Sanders, will you address the same question?
Yes, sir. I think we're all in line with the same thing, of that um, first and foremost is that the treasurer's responsibility, again, I keep saying, because it's the state law: principal, safety, and liquidity. So you want to make sure that fire and the sheriff, their checks get paid, or the money goes out to them for their services. Graffiti, getting in sidewalks. People are tripping on sidewalks now these days, which cause a lot of liability claims to go up. When you fix these certain type of things, then the other portion of the liability goes down. Roads, I say graffiti, um, but when you take care of the basic needs for people to live in your community, and you service those things first, then people feel as though that the quality of life has changed a little bit. And so graffiti, fixing where trees are being trimmed, but also the cracks in the sidewalks. Again, I can't say that the liability account has really gone up. Has really gone up in the city of Compton. By fixing those, we can get rid of that.
Okay. We're just about have exhausted the list of questioning that I believe are of pertinent concern. However, I do have another. Let's begin with you, candidate Zarita. Uh, uh, Tell us why the voting community should choose you over your opponents.
I believe they should choose me because I have a proven reputation for representing people in this community and um, turning things around. At the Compton Unified School District, when I was elected, they were deficit spending. Now we have an austere budget where we've had a positively certified by Los Angeles County Education budget that reflects that we can pay our staff and our bills for 3 years out. I have worked in City Hall as a senior administrative analyst for many years, and I'm familiar with municipal policies and procedures, the interdepartmental functions and how interdepartmental relations work. I'm familiar with the treasurer's office and how it operates. I'm familiar with the problems, and I'm familiar with what solutions we should have in order to change those things immediately. I'm looking forward to making the office customer friendly. I'm looking forward to installing the technological advancements necessary to move the office forward by taking credit cards and making it convenient for citizens and businesses to do business with the city. I'm looking forward to auditing the accounts and ensuring that we're receiving maximum yield on our investments, working with the state controller's office to ensure that any findings that were found are cured. And I'm just excited about installing new technology and merchant systems, especially for our residents.
Thank you. Thank you. Candidate Sanders, will you answer the same question?
Yes. I would like to continue serving this community. I'm proud to serve this community. I have strong roots here in this community. Um, I enjoy working with the people. I enjoy working with my staff. Although I've seen a lot of people come and go here in the city of Compton, I really look forward and continue to keep doing that and serving the people. But one of the things that you can sit up and say, there's no technology for integrity. There's no technology for having ethical behavior. There's no technology for having honesty and being honorable. There's no technology for being courage. And that's one of the things over the 28 years that the one thing you can bank on is that being transparent, being honest and truthful, holding this position, because it's truly a blessing to serve as the treasurer for this community for 28 years. And I thank God for that. And I hopefully that people will allow me to serve another 4 years.
Thank you. Madam President, I feel like we've exhausted the primary need for information. Did I forget one?
You forgot your brother.
I talked too much already, right?
I'm looking at the time element. But yes, Mims, would you answer the same question?
Okay, so look, I think, what I'm saying is that I'm gonna stand between, I'm gonna be there to stop frivolous spending in City Hall, right? So your vote for me is a vote to make sure that we hold the line on our investments, to make sure that we are staying the course on what we know we need to do, to get on a better financial position. So, that's my call to action for the residents. I want us to get on a path to a better financial position. And I know as your city treasurer, I will help us along that way. Okay, so now you can take it away.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Madam President, I think we have completed now the lion's share of our request concerns. I'll yield to you for understanding of the procedure if you want to close at this point.
Yes, Dr. Thomas. For the sake of time, I think they can go into their closing statements and we.
You have 2 minutes.
I thought that was it.
You have 2 minutes on your closing statements.
Okay.
But that's where we're entering now. And I believe that we started with Sanders, opened with Sanders, and we will begin the closing with Mims. 2 minutes, please.
Okay. So one more time, I just feel like, my call to action for the residents is, we need to hold the line and make sure that all of the purchases that we're making, all of the checks that leave City Hall are on target, are on priority, for what the council and us as residents feel are priorities for our community. So I invite you to learn more about me. You can check me out on Facebook or Instagram at Brandon for Treasure. I look forward to seeing you all out on the campaign trail.
Thank you. Zarita, would you like your 2 minutes?
Thank you. As your city treasurer, I will ensure that there won't be any scandal involving cash missing in the treasurer's office. I'm looking forward to installing technological and merchant systems that will make it convenient to do business with the city of Compton. I'm looking forward to evaluating the investments and ensuring that taxpayers are getting maximum yield on their investments. I'm looking forward to letting you know what position the city is in financially at all times. I don't think that citizens should learn that there's a $117 million deficit at election time. I think that someone should have rang the bell a long time ago and let citizens know that their money or the position that the city is in is dire. And I think that it's critical that the city stop deficit spending. And they should not spend more revenue than they receive in their annual budget. The deficit has almost grown to 3 times what the city's annual budget is. So excessive and wasteful spending should stop immediately. And I'm looking forward to ensuring that at any given time how the city's financial standing is, what the investments are, while making it convenient for citizens and businesses to do business with the city of Compton. It's important to have merchant and credit card systems at all external facilities, parks, fire station, pools, so that way citizen employees aren't handling excessive amounts of cash. And some of those employees are volunteers and people who have not been bonded. So I want to ensure that those things don't take place anymore. Thank you. I look forward to being your treasurer.
Thank you. Closing statement by candidate Sanders. 2 minutes.
I am going to rush through this because I'm running out of battery juice. So we had an exciting competition between the three of us here. But look, folks, there's a lot of things some of these folks said sounds good, but it doesn't fall into the preview of the treasurer's office. There are certain things that the treasurer must continue to keep doing because he has statutory function. When you start going outside the line, you start doing some things that you shouldn't be doing, okay? I've been doing this for 28 years. I enjoy what I'm doing. And one thing I've always been is honest and truthful with this community, nonstop. And I would like to have your vote again for another 4 years. This is a great city. We still got a long ways to go. We're starting heading in the right direction. And with your help, we'll continue, at least come the 1st of July. We know there's only one person who has experience to do the job for another 4 years. Thank you. Vote April 20th, Doug Sanders.
Thank you very much. I want you to know that I appreciate the opportunity, the privilege of being able to serve you, our candidates, as well as to serve as a privilege by the chamber under Dr. Johnson. At this time, I want to encourage you to continue your goal and your quest to make Compton even a better city. I ask that you do follow through on the things that I've heard, i.e. with reference to integrity. I would also add a compassionate approach to city government. Also, I want to thank the president for having the vision and the foresight of bringing great minds together and hearts together, because the work that we have before us now in the city of Compton is truly a labor of love. And so God bless each of you. I wish you well on your run, and I give you to our illustrious president, president of Compton Chambers of Commerce, Dr. Lestine Johnson.
Thank you so much, Dr. Thomas. I thank you for your love for the city of Compton and for your influence that you play here in the city. I thank you that you have been an icon, a catalyst for organizations as well as individuals to come to. It has been, you have played a great role with the Compton Chamber of Commerce, and I appreciate every time that we call upon you that you are here for us. Thank you so much. To our treasurer candidates, I can't say anything that Dr. Thomas haven't already said. I just say on behalf of the Compton Chamber of Commerce, keep your passion, keep your love for the city. All of you, all three of you exemplified that through the forum this evening, that the one thing I can say with maybe all your many differences, the one thing that you guys have that you stand on is you do love the city of Compton. And that was exemplified through your answers and through your demeanor today. So no matter what happens in this race, hold on to the fact that you love the city of Compton and that you're willing to do anything to move the city forward. To our listening audience, I want to remind you that the ballots will drop on the week of March the 23rd. This is an all mail-in ballot situation. So we're asking everyone that's registered to vote to please vote and look at these three candidates very critically. I do like the way they answered. I like their passion that they exemplify, and take everything into consideration when you're voting. We thank you for allowing us to bring the District 2 and 3 as well as the Treasurer candidates to you on this Saturday, March 6th. On next Saturday, same time, we will present the city clerk as well as the mayoral race. And I know a lot of people are looking to the mayor's race. There are 10 people in it. I believe for the first time, the incumbent will not be in it. So we do look forward to seeing you here on next Saturday for the city clerk and the mayor's race. Thank you again for being participants, and thank you for the listening audience. God bless you. Have a good rest of your Saturday.